Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Energy Game Changers 2022 conference. My name is Vladislav Lushin, and as a moderator of this conference, I represent SpeakSmart, a social enterprise that teaches and helps implement augmentation skills in professional communication. So, why have we gathered here today? You see, the growing low-carbon energy sector needs employees capable of working with smart grid energy technology. Well-trained researchers and engineers and informed society are the backbone of energy transition. In order to respond to the rapid technological change and societal need, universities from Germany, France, Estonia, Lithuania, and Slovenia have worked together over the past 3 years to develop smart grid university modules covering artificial intelligence in a smart grid with prosumers, economic cooperation and societal challenges, as well as connection planning in smart grids. Importantly, courses have been developed also for the industry workforce and citizens, whose understanding of the energy market is crucial. What has been the impact of the training programs? What are the skills of the future, considering the situation in the energy market? Are just some of the questions we will discuss today. A few words about the schedule of the conference. As the conference is broadcasted live from Tallinn, a quick reminder for those who are watching us in the other parts of Europe and the rest of the world. All times in the agenda of the conference are displayed in Eastern European Standard Time. For Central European Time, please calculate 1 hour behind. So in the heart of today's conference, there are 3 panel discussions. First, featuring the representatives of the partner universities of the Smagrinet consortium, will focus on the content of the training modules developed during the project. Second, on the value of the training programs for the governments, industry, and the students. And third, featuring the top-tier representatives of the energy industry and academia on the skills that the energy market needs in the future. Throughout the panel discussions, we encourage you to interact with us and send questions to the panelists via WorkSap platform. If you have registered as a participant of this conference, please look for the WorkSap link in your email. If you are not registered and are watching the conference live, either on YouTube or on Facebook, then the WorkSap link should appear in the comments. To send a question via WorkSap, please use the Q&A section of the relevant discussion. I, as a moderator, will choose the most important questions and forward them to the panelists. I would also like to pay your attention to the fact that the conference is being recorded. The Energy Game Changers 2022 conference is funded by the European Commission from the Horizon 2020 project Smagrinet that is coordinated by Tallinn. And for the welcome speech of the conference, I would like to give the floor to the Deputy Secretary General of Estonian Ministry of Education and Research, Professor Renno Veintal. Please.
Dear university and industry representatives, dear guests and viewers, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for the opportunity to welcome you on behalf of the Ministry of Education and Research at Smagrinet conference. It is a great pleasure to welcome you in Estonia, Tallinn. Although we cannot meet personally, we have the privilege to attend this conference today. We are lucky to be safe here in Estonia, whereas the war is held only 1,300 kilometers from here. Russia's invasion of democratic Ukraine has brought many changes. Working with our allies and partners, we have taken swift and highly needed decisions in response to Russia's military aggression. There is no doubt that energy is one of the most critical elements that plays a crucial role in Europe's overall security structure. As the member states of the EU, we need to push harder and faster to cut our energy dependence on Russian gas and oil. As we have already committed to a green transition in the EU, this will be essential for our own energy independence and in the next decades, as well as for the future of the planet. As it was emphasized by the Executive Vice President of the European Commission, Frans Timmermans, at the press conference last week, Repower EU is the Commission's plan to cut our dependency on Russian gas and to find freedom in our energy choices. It is based on two steps. First, we will diversify supply and start replacing natural gas with more renewable gases. In parallel, we must accelerate our clean energy transition. Renewables make us more independent, and they are more affordable and reliable than the volatile gas market. For Estonia, strategic decisions have to be made soon. Regional cooperation through a common and coordinated approach is giving full priority to the Baltic electricity system synchronization with the continental Europe. It is important to mention that in 2021, our government formed a working group to consider possibilities of using nuclear power as a source of energy in Estonia in the future. Of course, the changes in the energy sector will not happen overnight. It is a challenge to move away from the current energy mix to new and different one, based on combination of renewable sources, smart grids, and storage. I believe that after Russian invasion to Ukraine, everybody in Europe acknowledges that rapid energy transition is absolutely crucial considering our security. In the context of energy and green transition, valorization of local resources and digital solutions across the areas of life are with a great importance. By increasing public and private R&D investments, by designing new effective support measures for knowledge transfer and encouraging cooperation within these areas, we intend to achieve long-reaching and long-term impact, not only to academia and entrepreneurship, but also to the quality of higher education and human resources in general. It is a fact that energy and green transition puts a lot of expectations for R&D and education systems. There is an unprecedented need to target more resources in developing new technologies and to provide people with new skills. There is a long list of new emerging sectors which need more people with new skills. Other engineering sectors like civil engineering, transportation, electrical engineering, and mechanical engineering are in the focal point of making green transition actually to happen. The sectors are in a rapid change, and this translates into various challenges like adopting new rules and regulations, but also introducing new technologies into production and at the same time reskilling the workforce on different levels. Learning from the success of IT Academy has encouraged us to start similar programs for preparation of future engineers and teachers. The new initiatives to be launched in 2022 are correspondingly Engineering Academy and Teachers Academy. The IT Academy was started 10 years ago as a support program focusing on ICT higher education. For now, it has broadened its activities also into vocational education and training and R&D field. Its goal is to strengthen ICT-related education, selected R&D fields to ensure the necessary human resources, and to improve the links between research and higher education. Research areas that we specifically support in ICT Academy are artificial intelligence and machine learning, data science and big data, robot-human collaboration, and the Internet of Things, software security and reliability, digital transition, and lifelong learning. The goal of the upcoming Engineering Academy initiative is to bring more people into studying technical fields in higher education and vocational education, supporting teaching quality and reducing dropout. They acknowledge the need to increase the investments and to support cooperation between universities, professional higher education institutions, vocational schools, but also with upper secondary schools. We need to spread best knowledge about teaching technical subjects and prospective professions in the field of engineering, manufacturing, and construction. The goals and specific activities of new programs are developed in very close cooperation between industry, education institution, and the state. We continue also supporting ICT education and provision of retraining and continuous training programs to equip people with digital skills which are necessary for digital transformation and green transition. I hope that you will find today's conference interesting and enriching. Hopefully, it will offer new ideas and inspiration for everyone. I wish you an interesting day. Thank you.
Hi again, and once again, welcome to the first panel of our today's conference. The topic of our first panel is attracting next generation engineers, the value of up-to-date smart grid skills. And in this panel, we would like to focus on the content of the Smagrinet training programs and reasons behind the choices. So the participants of this panel, as I have already mentioned a few minutes ago, are the representatives of the partner universities of the Smagrinet program. And first of all, here in the conference room in Tallinn, we have Doctor of Philosophy and Engineering, Alex Gabriel, representative of the University of Lorraine. Hi.
Hi.
And we also have two panelists that have connected to our conference over the internet. So first of all, welcome to Professor Kai Struns, who is representing the Technical University of Berlin and who is also secretary of the IEEE Power and Energy Society Committee on Energy Development and Power Generation. Hello, Professor Struns.
Yes, good morning. I'm pleased to be on board.
Thank you. And we also have another guest who is joining us over the internet, Olga Zyapkina, who is chair of Electrical Power Supply, Institute of Electrical Power Systems and High Voltage Engineering at the Technical University of Dresden. Hello, Olga.
Hello, everyone. Happy to join you today.
We will now start our panel discussion. And first of all, I would like to give the floor to each of our panelists. So each of the panelists had a role in the Smagrinet project, and I will allow up to 5 minutes for a short introduction of your role and your impact in this Smagrinet project. So perhaps we can start with Alex. So, Alex, you represent the University of Lorraine, and please tell us what have you done in the Smagrinet project? What was your role, and what was the impact of yourself and your organization?
Yeah, so at University of Lorraine, we had the role of leading the package on the short-term program, meaning we had to organize which topic we will tackle in this short-term program. We met industrials during professional events, and we defined the structure and the different topic, subject, and even the small details we wanted to put inside this program. Then we had also another more modest roles in the project where we implemented the modules in the university concerning the economical aspect related to energy sector.
Thank you, Alex. Perhaps Professor Struns, you could be the next one. So, as a representative of Technical University Berlin, what was your role and impact in the Smagrinet project?
Yes, as we all know, the Smagrinet project has been decomposed into different work packages, as you already mentioned. And one work package we were mostly in charge of was concerned with building capacities for responding to emerging operational problems. And it became quite clear to us that that needs to be reflected in the education. So we showed responsive for the coordination of the development of certain modules that could be integrated with university curricula, but at the same time have in mind the needs of industry. And in the important introductory speech, some of the needs were already mentioned. Of course, we need to respond to the challenges in the world as a whole, and the energy environment in particular. And that goes hand in hand with the need for qualified personnel. And that concerns, on the one side, the students that are in their education, going from the undergraduate into the master program, but at the same time also be open to engineers that are already out there and maybe want to get an update on what is happening in the energy world and how can we respond to it. And the energy world is surprisingly broad. You know, it was also mentioned in the introductory speech, the topic of artificial intelligence. It goes hand in hand with the smart grid controls. So that was one important module, artificial intelligence in the smart grids with prosumers, developed by the Kaunas Technical University and the Technical University of Dresden. Then we had the economics, which is also important for the energy world. Just look at the changing prices of resources that we have encountered just in the past couple of weeks. Economic operation and societal challenges. Okay, all these has been discussed in an important module developed by my colleague that is sitting next to you at the University of Lorraine and Tallinn, your great university in Estonia. And then ourselves at the Technical University of Berlin, we did a very technical topic, which is, of course, going hand in hand with the economics and with the computer science, the planning and operation in smart grids. Together with the University of Ljubljana, we did that. And happy to discuss some of the details later, but that was a just brief summary of what we looked at in Smagrinet.
Thank you, Professor Struns, and we'll certainly go into further details later during this discussion. And last but not least, Olga Zapkina, once again a representative of Technical University Dresden. So your role has already been shortly mentioned by Professor Struns. Could you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Struns, for a short introduction. Indeed, the team of TU Dresden have participated mainly in developing lectures and teaching material connected to artificial intelligence in smart grid. So within this topic, we have prepared material for the short-term programs, Smart Grid from A to Z, as well as the lecture course for master students in TU Dresden have been prepared to address how artificial intelligence can be applied to solve different problems in smart grid. This course of lectures have been also developed in collaboration with Kaunas University, and as a result, we received very good course where we could go from fundamentals of artificial intelligence to already showcases how it can be applied to smart grid different problems. Beside that, we have conducted and supported pilots of implementing short-term programs where we were staying in touch with students and helping them on their way to go through the short-term program. And we conducted, of course, the live sessions where we could further discuss with participants the questions which may appear and also present different research studies on the topic of smart grids. And one of the additional, let's say, activities is preparation also of the teaching material for trainers workshop, which this is well very important part of their preparing not only the students but also the teaching staff. So that was, let's say, our part in short.
Thanks a lot for this introduction, Olga. All right, so we are now in a proper position to start going deeper into each of these parts of the Smagrinet project and your role in that. So, as we have already understood in the focus of your universities were the activities related to the development and application of certain training modules, both academic modules and shorter programs. So, first of all, I would like to ask Professor Struns, as you are the one who was responsible for designing, building, developing the training modules. In this process of training module design, what was the most important thing for you? There are lots of things that you have to keep in mind when designing a module. What was the most important focus for you here? Sorry, we can't hear you at the moment. You're muted. Please unmute yourself. Your microphone is muted.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Sure, we can listen. We can hear you.
Yeah, it may seem that I or we as TU Berlin have been in charge, but believe me, that was very much a bottom-up process, very decentralized. So I think all institutions were equally involved, and that was, I think, one of the key success stories. And I believe that this is the European integration, I believe, and I'm convinced, is one of the most important aspects of this. That has been reflected by our own work cooperation that we had throughout the Smagrinet project, but it's also reflected in the results. So when we prepared on our own teaching material before, we went through the standard process, I would like to say. You do your best in preparing a good teaching material, and I think we are probably quite good at that. But the European dimension is, I think, an important add-on in the sense that, for example, in our smart grid course, that is more technical oriented, for example, we now have data on electric vehicles in Slovenia in our course. Or we have building data from Estonia, right? I mean, it shows what was also said in the introductory comments. We need to look at the European dimension, because key to a successful energy development is basically the European perspective. Okay, the European land map is quite heterogeneous. We have so many different aspects that bring together good synergies. Say, for example, if we think about the southern parts of Europe, we think about the better sun hours they have compared with in our northern parts. But in the northern parts, we have good wind, for example, good wind potential. And in Scandinavia, we have excellent potential of hydroelectric power. That all comes together through the grid, basically. Yeah? And this European dimension, I take very much myself in my heart, and I found that to be the most important thing. And I found it to be a true highlight when we actually taught our course that I referred to at TU Berlin, actually jointly with University of Ljubljana. So lecturers from Ljubljana came to us, and we shared the lectures half. Just before the pandemic started, that was still possible that we did it here in Berlin. And that was something that I think really adds to that program in terms of compatibility and mutual understanding.
Thank you, Professor Struns, for this comment. I know that the other universities have also cooperated with each other. So, Alex, maybe a couple of words about your cooperation with other universities during this program.
Yeah, sure. I forgot to highlight that the Smagrinet from A to Z, which is a short-term program I mentioned earlier, was made in collaboration between all the different partners of the project. Each one brings their specialty inside the program, and so this was designed to cover the different aspects that I will describe as the data acquisition. So at first, we will present, I will describe a little bit the structure of the program, but at first to describe the main challenges related to smart grid. Then the second chapters would tackle the infrastructure issue, the different components that constitute a smart grid. And then we will, it talk about the automation aspects that generate the data. The fourth chapters talk about the way this data could be used to better manage the smart grid. So we talk about artificial intelligences, multi-criteria, decision analysis, and this data processing is used for one thing, taking decision. So at the end, the short-term program will describe the different legal aspects, the different European legislation that covered the energy sector, as well as the legal aspect related to data processing, so the GDPR and so on. So this was created in collaboration with all together. So each one has contributed in one specific topic in each axis, and it was really rich to complement our knowledge like that.
I see. Thank you, Alex, for this reply. Olga, these modules that you have developed probably they probably consisted of some parts that were like the traditional ones, and then maybe some novel parts. So regarding the modules that you were developing with your colleagues, what are the novel parts of these programs, and in which aspects are they different from the previous ones?
Thank you for your question. So first of all, of course, the module was dedicated to artificial intelligence and smart grid. So one aspect which we could notice is that, let's say, electrical engineering students usually have not so much of experience in programming. And of course, we can say that, yes, students use quite a lot MATLAB, but let's say for not data-related or artificial intelligence-related tasks. So therefore, of course, this was one of the first novelties which we have introduced within the module. And let's say our principle was that we try first to show students what tools they have in hand, such as programming languages, for example, Python, RStudio, which is also easily accessible for students. They are for free. They have very extensive libraries of artificial intelligence methods. And then, of course, once we went through the fundamentals and how methods can be applied for what kind of tasks, for example, online monitoring, which is also sometimes required, or offline, we came already to the point that we could consider certain application examples and try these methods on their efficiency and how would they accomplish certain tasks. For example, to make a decision, yeah, what is better in this particular case. Yes, so that was, let's say, the novelties which we have introduced, and we are very happy to be able, to develop our lecture further.
Thank you, Olga. So the courses that you have developed basically have one large goal. Like for every course, for every training program, of course, we want to develop the knowledge and skills of our students. So my next question is about the reception of your training programs by your students, as you were the ones who taught those modules. What feedback did you get from the students? How did they receive the modules? So perhaps beginning with Professor Struns.
I think overall we received a very positive feedback, and actually we teach the course now for the third time already this year, and we already took some of the feedback into account in designing and adapting the course. And I would like to sum up maybe a few hallmarks of the course and why we did it, and why students like it or see it as a challenge. First of all, the international compatibility. Okay, I mentioned that earlier, that was, I think, the most important point, and that was very much liked by the students. Okay, they really enjoyed it to basically also have a guest lecturer from a different country and getting it not only from a book but firsthand, and being able to discuss with them and hearing from them basically live, even if it's by Zoom. They really like that. I think this was something that was very much appreciated. And then the usage of modern media. Okay, so the usage of video clips, the usage of online teaching. Well, that was, on one hand, it was very much liked. On the other hand, some students said, okay, but it would be good to meet in person also at some point. No? But that was something that was imposed to us also by the pandemic. Okay, we just could not make such a close hands-on meeting as we were used to before. So I would say this is modern media are here to stay, but more in-house lab experiments should complement it again. Actually, we designed it for that, but at some point we couldn't realize it just the past 2 years in the way we wanted. Then the compactness of the course. For the first time, we said we make it not spread out across the whole semester, but we do it in a compact way. So basically in 2 weeks. And the first week is basically packed with lectures, and the second week is dedicated to project and practical work. I mentioned yesterday in our work meeting that we had before the conference that this is also for better dissemination, maybe with externals who are not a student, whom the compact format is maybe more accessible than needing to go somewhere for 2 hours per week across the whole semester. So having it compact. Students tend to like it too, but sometimes they have then a time conflict within that week. So it is somehow, I would say, seen positive, but not without a challenge also behind it when you have a compact week and you have basically fully dedicated to that. What was very much liked is the practical aspects, the link to the companies that we introduced. That was universally very much liked. What students also liked very much is our attempt to bring in soft skills development into the lectures by having the projects partly done in a team. So solving a particular aspect like designing a local multi-energy system and doing a model and preparing for it in an oral or written presentation. So this was also very much appreciated. So the overall feedback was very good, and but it doesn't mean we can be now saying, okay, everything is done fine. We don't develop it further. So we'll continue to do evaluation every year, and we'll get more feedback, and we always attempt to adapt the course to future needs.
Sure. Thanks a lot for your answer. And I have one additional question. So what seemed to me particularly interesting is that you mentioned that all the students, or well, like most of the students, have provided very positive feedback to this practical part of the course, and that the course is linked to like practical experience with some companies. What are those companies? Are those companies that the students that the students were dealing with, local German companies in your case, or was there an international dimension also to this practical part of the module?
Well, in this particular case, it was more local companies, actually also in Berlin, where we basically had a site visit. Okay.
Yeah.
When that was still possible. Now it has been a little bit difficult with the pandemic, so we had an online discussion. Like students always like to, ideally, to also have a hands-on visit of a smart grid. So we have a few interesting sites here in Berlin. We believe that is good to visit. Like, for example, an electric vehicle charging station, as an example, of an urban development of a smart grid. So in this case, I have referred to local companies here in Berlin, but as we know, local companies doesn't mean that they have not an international business. But
Sure.
but in this case, the on-site visit, of course, was more with a local touch.
Thank you. What about University of Lorraine? What was the reception of the programs by your students? You had a different kind of programs, so maybe there was something different from the points that Professor Strunz has already mentioned.
Yeah, from the perspective of the initial training, the reception was good. The students that follow this module was more electrical engineer without any knowledge in economical aspects. So this module was opening them a new universe for them. So it was well received. They will not make them experts in economy for the energy sector, but at the end they understand better how it works in general, their role inside a more global system that provides energy. So it was well received. From the perspective of the smart grid from A to Z, the feedback is really good too, really positive. A lot of people follow this program. We nearly double the initial objective of people who will participate to the program, and it was really positive from every perspective, because some people were more focused on electrical engineering, but they didn't know all the aspects related to programming, to AI, to legal aspect, to economical. And on the other side, we have some people who were more on territorial administration, that discovered the complexity of the energy sector, how it works, the legal aspects associated to it, the norms and so on. So it was really well received. I will also mention something we do at University of Lorraine. We initiate a collaboration with the IT engineering school, computer science engineering school, and the idea was kind of the opposite than Olga Zyapkina described earlier, meaning the training electrical engineer in Python and programming. Here we had the opposite mindset, meaning we have some people who are able to program well, and we learn them what our energy system, and we provide them energy issue and try to solve it. So we applied it for P2P energy sharing.
All right, so basically you take the IT engineer and you develop him into an energy engineer.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's an interesting approach. Olga, what about your feedback, your university's feedback from the students to your programs?
Students definitely expressed high interest, because students are also familiar with trend and wide use of artificial intelligence. So therefore, they were very curious to see how actually this can be applied in electrical engineering. Yeah, let's say it was from one side challenging for them, because the topic is quite new. And therefore, we also try to use visualization and different video methods in order to demonstrate and explain students the fundamentals easier, yeah, in a perceptible way, and also try to link it to the topics which they are already familiar. So, yes, in the end, actually, of implementing this lecture course, there was even students who wanted to make, let's say, like a student research work in order to try or go deeper by applying AI in smart grid, which was also very nice. It means that we made them motivated and curious after the course, and this is our goal, which is fun. Of course, maybe, let's say, one of the aspects which we would like to improve is to extend lecture course. So far, we had 7 lectures, and we did it distributed, 1 lecture per week. But still, let's say, in order to introduce, let's say, programming lessons, yeah, or like case studies or maybe group work, we need to a little bit extend this course to make it more comprehensive and to go in depth into this topic.
Thank you, Olga. I actually have an additional question for both you and Alex, but before that, a quick reminder for all those who are watching the conference that you all have the opportunity to ask a question from any of the panelists, and in order to do that, please go to the workshop link that is provided either in your registration email or the Facebook or YouTube comment section, and enter your question into the Q&A section of the relevant discussion. And back here to this question of the reception of the programs by the students. So, as Professor Struns has actually already mentioned, the programs have been impacted by the pandemic, by COVID-19. So we have already had a few words on how the pandemic has impacted the teaching process at Technical University Berlin. What about the other universities that Olga and Alex, that you have been that you are related to? How did the COVID-19 pandemic change the initial plans? What did you have to do in a different manner?
Well, so for the short-term program, most of the content was already online, so it allowed us to handle more this issue. However, for the live session, initially it was planned to do it physically, in person with the students. So here we transformed it into an online live session, but this was also a good, in the bad side, there is a good side where it provided the opportunity to mutualize the resources. And so this live session allowed the students to see presentation from partners from the other countries. So finally, it's opened up the possibility and the content of this live session due to the fact it was in virtual. We also had the idea, the initiative at Law to do a physical seminar during 1 week related to energy, and it was not possible. So we enjoy the fact that Smagrinet provide a lot of content to support this special week about energy. And concerning visits, because the program also include on-site visits in companies, and so some of them were possible, but other have been made online.
I see. Olga, any comments from you regarding the impact of COVID-19 pandemic?
Well, hard to add. Honestly speaking, Alex have mentioned very comprehensively the challenges, but also how well certain challenges have been overcome. Maybe just would like I mentioned one thing within the short-term programs. Let's say we also recognize that that we need, let's say, to stay in touch also with students. Yeah, and therefore we were let's say communicating with them via emails through the platform, so that we, let's say, let them know if they have any questions, they can write to us, contact us, and then we will be happy to help them. So they're not just alone with the online course. Yeah, that there's real persons behind it, and they are ready to help students wherever they need our help. So this would be my small feedback.
Thank you. Professor Kaistruns, you, of course, have already mentioned a few things that you have done differently because of the pandemic. Maybe something else that you would like to add on this topic?
Not really. I think we discussed the impact of the pandemic, and we hope we get back to live sessions, physical sessions, of course, because we have then a better touch directly. Okay, especially for the smaller classes. I mean, the master courses are not a course with 100 students typically. A typical attendance of such a course that I mentioned is maybe 20, 25 students, and there is, a direct connection. I think very valuable, and then you can have still a better life experience. So we look forward to that, and especially, of course, within the lab. Okay, that is missing a little bit. You can do great things online today, but if you are in the lab and you hear the real switches making cluck, of the smart grid, it adds another dimension of the feeling. I mean, there is the software side we discussed, and it's very, very important, the artificial intelligence, but there's also a lot of hardware side going on in the energy sector, and so this hardware side is difficult to get through virtually.
I see. So you have to be physically in the same space in order to teach it more effectively. All right, so we are done with that topic. And the next thing that I would like to ask you about is the actual demand of the industry and meeting this demand. So the courses that you're teaching are so they have a finite goal of developing better specialists, better employees for the energy industry, for the energy market. So are they actually are they good enough to answer to the demand of the industry that they have today? Have you received any feedback from the employers, from the energy market, from any of the associations that's already take part in our today's conference, for example?
Yes, in general, we discussed the curricula with industry, and so because it was already discussed with them, they liked the outcome, of course. But on the other hand, I would like to say industry demands can also change very quickly. Okay,
of course,
that can be seen. So making it too focused on a present industry demand right now can also be a danger. Okay, so we need to keep also a little bit of a higher altitude in thinking. So maybe make the course not too specific, but also keep it in some way general. Okay, I mean, it's not an example from energy, but until 1-2 years ago, the German industry thought, we get computer chips from all over the world, simply as that, and suddenly the supply chains were not longer there, and suddenly you need to have different focus again. And let's have a look at an example of electric vehicles. Electric vehicles will come, that's for sure, but there are still different ways of charging. Okay, I mean, if you look at the global picture, there is the charging at home, of course, that is the same in every country possibility. But then what do you do on the highway? Should there be a fast charging, or should there be battery swapping? Well, there are locally different opinions about it. And if we now look at just one technology, we may not give our students the maybe needed flexibility and creativity to develop their own thoughts and maybe keep it a little bit general. So by having a good blend between general knowledge and specific knowledge, we believe they get also, what they need to make their own steps, their own thoughts to bring in the future.
I see. So, of course, with any educational programs and courses, we always have this issue that today, say in 2022, where we are right now, we have to in some way take into account the current situation and try to forecast the future, because we are actually preparing the people who will work in the future that we don't quite know today what will bring us. But I don't know, Alex, for example, what are your perspectives? How and in what ways can we actually forecast the future? How can we tell what the industry would need from the universities, from the authors of the programs in, say, 2, 3, or 4 years?
Mm-hmm. Well, first of all, I will bounce on the remarks from Professor Strunz.
Sure.
I agree the fact that we don't have to fit absolutely on the actual need of the industry. So at first we design the program to respond to their needs. So they have to be satisfied at least a little bit. And then it's done, and they pick what they want. Notably, we are in discussion with RTE, who want to use the Smart from A to Z in their internal training program. And during the discussion, they clearly say, okay, this aspect, we don't want it, we will remove it, but the other, it's really nice, it's introduced for people who are not aware about what is smart grid and so on. So there is always something interesting that can be used for the company. This was for the previous question. Concerning the future, well, there is plenty of topics to tackle from the research and to provide this reflection from research to the industry. Personally, I see something on peer-to-peer energy sharing, so managing the microgrid, how it can be done to automate it, what are the regulation, what we have to apply on it. So here it's an emerging topic. I think we have to introduce for the next courses we will add to Smagrinet. But for sure there is a lot of other topics I can have in head now, but maybe partners have some ideas.
Sure. Olga, do you have any ideas on how and what should we do in order to actually find out what the industry will need in a few years in order to be able to develop a better, maybe an ideal training program?
Well, in general, maybe comment on forecasting. The more far away we try to forecast, the more we are mistaking. So therefore, definitely it's better to orient on the, let's say, more close future, and try to have a look what can come next. But we cannot be definitely sure. So, for example, from the perspective of that we try to get more observability over the grid, to plan, to monitor. This is, let's say, already recognized that it cannot be solved solely by human being in the sense of that each person is observing certain process which is happening. So, and this is, for example, what we can already see, that human capabilities are limited. And this is where we can use computer technologies or artificial intelligence, machine learning to help people to accomplish, let's say, their tasks. But of course, it will be probably never become absolutely independent. So therefore, within the course, we talk about providing students a tool which they can further use. And I think the information technologies or the machine learning is already quite well integrated in many domains. And I think this is what we can be for sure seeing as already not our future, but even our current, present. Right?
Yeah.
That's my answer.
I see. Thanks a lot. So we are now in our discussion going towards the future, as you might have already understood. And Professor Struns, in one of his previous replies, has already mentioned that, of course, the programs that you have developed in the Smagrinet projects are not like the final ones, that of course they have to be further developed. So my initial question that I wanted to ask was, do we need any further changes in the programs? But I think that the answer to that question is absolutely yes. And then the more precise question is then, what changes do we have to do in our teaching programs, and so how do we basically improve them? Do we need, for example, more international cooperation? Do we need more cooperation with the industry? Do we have to use some additional resources that we don't have right now? What are your ideas on that? Perhaps beginning with Professor Struns.
Yes, the European cooperation is very important, and we, as the university, have been involved in international cooperation in research for a long time. But for teaching with Smagrinet, it is for us, for my group at least, a rather new experience to develop courses together. That is for us an important first step, and I hope we will continue this and engage in this exchange and open up accessibility for these courses to other universities too, or making the material available to others. And as far as further development is concerned of the content, I think we have three very important pillars here, with the IT side, with the artificial intelligence, the economics, and more the smart grid technology side. And I think there is one that all have probably in common, at least I believe it, that the European objectives that are there, the energy union that states that by the year 2045, or these years that also tend to change a little bit, we want to be climate neutral. Maybe that is even advanced further to 2040. And that, I think this is a common objective for the energy field. And the way to get there, this is where we need some flexibility and maybe think in terms of possible scenarios, because you cannot predict exactly the future as it will happen. I mean, if you had asked somebody what is the gas and oil price in March 2020, if you had asked them to people half a year ago, I don't think you had many correct answers. Okay? Because there are sometimes events that are not to be foreseen, and therefore we need to think about scenarios. And I think within all of these three pillars, we have then to do an expert group that says, okay, here in the economics area, maybe this is maybe market designs that are suitable for that. Okay, Alex mentioned peer-to-peer. Okay, I mean, today the energy market in Germany is not designed for peer-to-peer exchanges. Okay, even though it would be a very useful thing. Okay, why don't you trade with your neighbor if the neighbor has complementary needs? Maybe the neighbor has a PV on the roof and you have a heat pump, or electric vehicle charging station. Could be great cooperation with complementary resources. And Olga probably can comment much better on the artificial intelligence than I do, but I believe we know quite well about the engineering side of energy and see how the way there should be modified. I think we have now made a great foundation with this first design of the courses. And every year we look at that and say, okay, is there some topic, a 2-hour block that maybe should drop out in favor of something else, or those slides don't look good anymore, we need to do something here. So I think it is a gradual improvement that we cannot afford to be at standstill if we want to be, at the top front of education. And I think we all want to do that. The Smagrinet project has that standard that is high, and we want to keep that up.
Sure. Thank you, Professor Struns. Olga, so what can we improve perhaps in regards to this artificial intelligence aspect, or any other aspects that you see that need improvement in this training programs that you have developed?
Yes, for example, one of the aspects which we see as potential improvement is introducing practical lessons for students. So within this lecture course or short-term programs, of course, students receive a lot of theory with some examples which we present them in the best way as possible so that they can understand how it works. But I think like the practice hands-on something, it would be the best, that the students can try to program by themselves and try to find solutions. So this would be practical examples, practical exercises which we can see. Also, for example, maybe a group work, so that the students can collaborate together and solve certain tasks as a group. So I think practice is something which is really needed next to theory.
Thank you. Alex, what are your thoughts on that? I remember that one additional thing that has already been mentioned at some point in today's discussion was, for example, soft skills. Maybe that's the thing that we can further develop, or are there any other things that we can work on?
Sure. As Ogil mentioned earlier, the collaborative side of the short-term program has to be improved, because when you are working in a company, you have to take decision, and you are not taking this decision alone. Another aspect maybe we have to add in this smart grid from A to Z program is something on hydrogen, because if I remember, we are not tackling this aspect in detail. Maybe we can mention it at one moment concerning the storage, but not so much. And maybe also in modeling the energy system in order to compare the different implementation and take the decision which one is the best for a territory, if we have to keep this infrastructure or change it and put some hydrogen plant and so on. So yeah, I think this has to be introduced. There is some research on this topic, so maybe we can provide some resources on it. Well, it's maybe the most important improvement. There is some other idea, but it will be for the next step.
Yeah, sure. Thank you, Alex, and thanks everyone for their comments. As we have discussed what we have done, what is the feedback from the students, and what we have to do in order to meet the demand of the industry and the future development of our programs, we are now in a proper position to end this panel discussion. So I would like to thank the panelists of the panel 1. Once again, in this, the participants of this panel were the Doctor of Philosophy and Engineering Alex Gabriel from the University of Lorraine, Professor Kai Struns from Technical University Berlin, and Olga Zyapkina representing the Technical University of Dresden. Our conference will continue with the panel 2 just in a few moments. So once again, thank you for being with us here, and stay tuned.
Thank you.
Thank you for having us, and thanks for the great moderation.
Welcome back. So this break was really short, and we are back here at the conference. And right now, I have the honor to introduce the panel 2 of today's conference. And the topic of panel 2 is impact of the industry-driven smart grid training programs. And in this panel, we would like to focus on the value of the Smagrinet training programs for the governments, industry, and the students. And once again, we have a few panelists. 2 of them are here in this room. So in the conference room here in Tallinn, we have Karol Kull, who is a representative of Taltech and the coordinator of the Smagrinet project. Hello, Karol.
Hello.
And we also have Clement Ness, who is an alumnus of the University of Ljubljana. Hi.
Hello.
And we have two participants who have joined us over the internet. So, first of all, Professor Marius Stepjan, the head of the Department of Power Electronics at the Silesian University of Technology. Hello, Professor Stepjan.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Hi, we can hear you very well. And Olga Kiselova, who is representing the Technical University of Dresden. Hello, Olga.
Hello, good morning. Happy to join you today.
We are happy to have you participating here. And another remark concerning this panel. From the very beginning, in this panel there should have been another participant, but unfortunately she can't be here with us today because of the horrific and tragic events that are going on in Ukraine, where she is from. So initially, one of the participants of this discussion should have been Anastasia Hrytsai, who is a leading specialist in corporate social responsibility at Ukrainian national power company Ukrenergo, but we will cover the topics that we would ideally cover with her, with the help of Olga Kiselova. All right, so first of all, to begin this panel, of course, everyone listening and watching this conference would like to hear about your role in this project. So here in this panel, we have a wide array of people with really different responsibilities and different roles. So perhaps we should begin with Carl. Could you please spend up to 5 minutes for a short introduction of your role and impact in the Smagrinet project?
Well, 5 minutes isn't actually too much to cover everything, but
that's okay.
But Smagrinet itself began and always has been and will be about education regarding the energy sector and engineering. If I could, I would just start reading the material which we have, but unfortunately we're not able to do that because we don't have time, we don't have hours of time, but we'll just provide information that which you get with Smagrinet. And we started it out by gathering the information which Professor Geistrand mentioned before, that we gathered information, we created it. And we have a couple of focus groups that we intended this information to be designed for. And one of those groups is Blemen is going to talk about his experience, are the students themselves. And the students themselves are important because now more than ever it is apparent that engineering in the grid is becoming very, very intense, which means that all hands on deck. And for the students, we wanted to be, first of all, honest, so that they can get the whole array of information regarding the grid itself. We always started the lectures with the question of, do you know what the smart grid is? Absolutely, everybody knows. But do you know what the dumb grid is? And then you had a 5 minute, quiet focus in the room, and nobody came up with a good answer. It doesn't matter. But we want what even Clement was a part of were the lectures, which we covered already in the first panel, and then there was the mobility program. And in the mobility program, we wanted to take all of the brakes off. Students want to become engineers. Some want to go and be part of the academic world, be researchers, and some will go into public office and other businesses. That's okay. And we wanted to show them that what they have to deal with. For the researchers who want to become researchers, we went on the first roadshow to Brussels and Paris. First, we talked with the European Commission and Euroelectric, who will come at a later stage today, to talk about European policy. what are the actual constraints. And the students found out that there are no constraints. Keep the lights on, keep the heating on, make sure that that need is covered first. And then we went to Electricité de France's Power Network Lab. I'm not going to undermine any university laboratories which we have, but when you see such a facility, then there is no boundary for your ideas. If you see a facility that has a nuclear testing system, a facility that has a 50 kiloamp testing facility, 1 million volts testing facility, all of the microgrid facilities that you need, then you can't come up with the reason of giving up that, oh, it can't be done. Okay? We wanted to show the students that, no, you're wrong. Everything can be done. Just figure it out, contact them. The other aspect where we wanted to show the whole spectrum for the student was that what kind of technologies are actually being used. Of course, we are heavily, depending still on gas turbines. Coal, powered power plants are still working. We wanted to show that as well. Like, this is your challenge today. Okay, this is the reality today. That we are transitioning, of course, but the grid still needs them because the tandem bike has to be kept going all the time at night during winter time. And the last aspect, which will be on the 23rd of March, we will visit the British National Grids and the Norwegian Smart Grid Lab. And they are against, or not against, but they deal with end clients. So the students now know what do the current DSOs, the networks, what kind of products or services are they designing for the end consumers or prosumers. So we want to give them the whole array of what's going on. And that was the focus that we had for the students, that they get the whole picture, take the boundaries off, make sure that they get the best education that we're able to provide them. And today, the package, the information, the educational package which we have is complete. Please, all of the universities all over Europe, take it. We'll teach you how to, and we can promise you the students will love it. Another aspect that we focused on.
I think we will have an opportunity to go into the details of each aspect a bit later, but now we have also to give the opportunity for other panelists to introduce those topics.
Yeah, as I said, 5 minutes is enough. I thought you meant I had 5 minutes altogether, but you meant 5 minutes, everybody. Okay.
No, it was actually 5 minutes just for you. All right, so Klemen, you are the alumnus of the University of Ljubljana, and as I understand, your training program was related to the Smagrinet project also. So could you please briefly explain maybe how did you get there? How did you enroll in this program, and what was it about? Once again, just a brief explanation. We'll have a chance to go into much further details later.
Yeah, I think that my role was the easiest one because I just needed to be there, learn stuff, experience some new things. I had the opportunity. I'm having the opportunity to also work with the colleagues who prepared the Smagrinet project. So I was kind of experiencing a lot of things. I was at short-term program, I was at the mobility roadshow. I also helped to prepare some stuff for the Smagrinet, so I got the sense of how many things need to be done to have to cover a lot of area of knowledge, because energetics is not like some small part of electrotechnic, but you have cybersecurity, you have AI, you have distribution, you have transmission system, you have a lot of things. And I think that the best or the highest opportunity for us was the mobility roadshow, because during the COVID situation we had zero excursions. We haven't seen, I don't know, in Slovenia we have nuclear power plant, we have thermal power plant, one or two maybe wind turbines. But because of the COVID situation, there were no, we could not visit the sites. And when we came here to Tallinn, we also experienced what is the cybersecurity in real. We had like a test, we have a challenge to maintain the grid supply. We also went and visited Narva, which is one of the biggest power plant in Estonia. We saw what you can make out of oil shale. We also experienced here in the suburb of Tallinn when how waste can be used for the energy, so that you can pull everything that you have out of the waste.
All kinds of new technologies.
Yeah, all kinds. Because I think that I'm the last year in the university, so I passed all the exams, passed all the courses, and I think that the technology is developing so fast that this Smagrinet was a great opportunity to encourage also the professors to include new technologies. Like my colleague right now is using the Smagrinet electric mobility module to teach other students a little bit the main principles of how will we charge, what are the problems, how should we attack these problems. So I think that if I look from a distance and look from different aspects, I think that this Smagrinet is the right project at the right time.
Sure, and we will discuss it in more details a bit later. Professor Stepian, could you please introduce your role in this project? So, as I understand, you are the representative of one of the universities that are not the member of the core consortium, but still, what was the role of yourself and your organization in this Smagrinet project?
Okay, exactly. I'm representing Silesian University of Technology in Poland, and we are not involved directly for Smagrinet development, but our role was more like an end user to test results of the project, to do the Smagrinet course and draw some let's say, conclusions. So my general role as a teacher at the university was to look for the course, to attract students and make some discussions. I was surprised with so large number of students which were interested with this. But on the other hand, I'm not so surprised because we at the university offer 5 different specialties for students. Half of them select energy production and distribution. So this part of electrical engineering is quite strong, and it has a lot of interest between students. We are also located in the Silesia region, which is quite industrialized region. We have a lot of cooperating companies, and we observe also huge interest in companies in this area of market. So for me, it was very nice to be part of people who can use Smagrinet results for own purpose. So happy to be here in this panel.
Thank you, Professor Stepian. And Olga Kiselova, once again representative of Technical University of Dresden. I heard that once again your role was in this project was also really interesting. That you were also the person connecting different organizations and institutions in Ukraine to the activities of the project. So maybe a couple of words about your role and the things that you have done in the Smagrinet project.
So thank you. I was in charge to define the outreach regions and countries to implement and possible replication of Smagrinet services as well as I was in charge to build the cooperation and network with organizations and universities in Ukraine.
Could you please tell us a couple of words? How did this cooperation go? What did you do in order to reach those universities and organizations?
So during last 3 years, our consortium have organized several events, pilots, and quite significant number of online meetings with different organizations and universities in Ukraine. Actually, around 100 participants joined our pilot of short-term programs in Ukraine in cooperation with local universities from Kyiv, Kharkiv, and Lviv. 30 participants from the national power company Ukrenergo joined our short-term program for workforce. And in addition, we offer for Ukrenergo a series of online live sessions where experts from our consortium from each partner university presented lectures, shared experience, and answered on all corresponding questions. Consortium during last 3 years have organized 3 or even 4 different workshops in Ukraine in different cities such as Kyiv, Lviv, and Kharkiv within the mayor conferences, national conferences in Ukraine. Besides of events, pilots, and online meetings, which we have organized in Ukraine, 10 lectures from different universities from Kyiv and Kharkiv joined and participated in Train the Trainers workshop, which consortium organized in November 2020.
Thank you for this introduction, Olga. And once again, I think that in this panel, it is really crucial to try to understand what did those programs actually mean, like for all of you, for all of the different stakeholders that participated in the project. And before we will go on to the next questions, a quick reminder once again, we have the opportunity for every participant of the conference to ask questions from the panelists, and in order to do that, please use the workshop links and use the Q&A section under the appropriate discussion. So right now we are in discussion of panel 2. So coming back to our topics, Carl, when we see the current situation on the energy market in general, so the employers and the industry in general definitely need some new skills. What have you done as a coordinator of the project with your team in order to be sure that you have corresponded, that you have satisfied the demand that the industry and the employers have?
We created Smagrinet, in short. But during yesterday, we had a big meeting yesterday as well, and we Professor Ivo Balu, who is the head of the department at Tallinn, he brought out a very interesting aspect in a way that the development plans, which we've been working on for years, they will change now. Up until the very situation, until when the prices of energy started rising to the horrendous tragedy that we are experiencing in Europe today, we had prepared all of the information packages to keep that thing going, that program going. What we as Smagrinet and we as people responsible in front of the stakeholders, What we have to do now is that we have to adapt, and as Professor Strunz mentioned, we have to change the material if needed as quick as possible. The base information regarding technology and its negatives and positives, that's what students here will experience nonetheless. And the short-term programs for the industry, for the current workforce, they will get that information as well. But the times are probably going to change quite rapidly in regards to energy security, in regards to what we will use for generation in 6 months' time, in 12 months' time, or 5 months' time. It's very hard to predict at this very moment. But what we have to do is we have to be able to adapt with the material, and that's the biggest thing that we have to, the greatest thing that we have to focus on in order to meet the demand and meet the needs.
I see. Clement, as an alumnus of the program, you, as you have already mentioned, you actually had the chance to implement the skills, knowledge that you got from the program. What is the biggest value for you as an alumnus? What are the situations where the skills that you and the knowledge that you got from the program were the most valuable for you?
I think that for me, I also work as a student researcher, and I work with the Smagrinet on a Smagrinet area. I think that the biggest value is that I got a bigger picture, because before the Smagrinet, it was like, okay, I have a distribution grid. I want to have as much consumers as possible. I want that everyone is happy, everyone can turn on their TV when they want. But no one really paid attention to, I don't know, cybersecurity, or how to analyze data, how to operate with big data. Basically, there was just a little part of that area that we were covering, and I think that's only logical explanation why. Because at the courses that we get at the university, we are not even mentioning cybersecurity or AI or stuff like that, because I think that the technology is developing so fast that in maybe, I don't know, 3, 4, 5 years, the curriculum could change. But this is quite a big problem for the professors also. You cannot change overnight the things, but I think that step by step, and with projects like this, they could have a chance that someone already prepared the courses, someone already prepared some materials. For them, you just need to adapt them. Maybe, I know, in Germany they have a little bit different. In Slovenia there is also difference. But overall, I think that 90% of the materials can be used all over the world.
I see. I also have another question for you about the aspects of those courses. So as we have already discussed in panel 1, the Smagrinet program is a program with a particular international dimension. So you were studying at the University of Ljubljana. What was the international dimension that you have got there from this program? Did you have any guest lecturers from other universities? And if yes, then what additional value did it bring to your experience?
Yeah, for us, the biggest benefit was the summer internship in Estonia. 3 of my colleagues attended it. I think it was 3 weeks or maybe 4 weeks program, and they were getting to know. I think that one of them was in Eesti, so this is like the distribution grid operator.
Yeah.
One of them, I don't know exactly.
Oh, okay.
But I think that the biggest value, yeah, was that it's different if you work there for a month, and it's different if you go there for 15 minutes. Okay, we have a furnaces here, we burn waste, then we have a turbine generator, energy, boom. Mm-hmm. But if you are there with the people, with your colleagues for a month, they can tell you, okay, here are some problems, we don't quite know how
How to deal with that?
how to solve it.
Yeah.
And maybe you also get to this diversity, because yeah, there are some similarities, but I think that there are also some differences. And if someone is attacking some challenge in a different way, you can also get an experience from that and use it in your own solution.
I see. That sounds really great. Like I see the additional value of this, like longer international experience, longer trips, and really going on into details at some I don't know, in some industry in another country. Professor Stepyan, a question for you. So, as you have already mentioned in your introductory speech, so you were teaching the module developed by the Smagrinet project at the Silesian University of Technology. How did you actually find teaching this module? What did you enjoy the most, and was there any particular help or cooperation that you got from the international community, from the partners of the program?
Okay, well, as you know, I'm not a member of consortium. I was invited because of long-term cooperation to Lorraine University and also to Caltech. So the international cooperation is the first step to be involved in modern tools, modern development in general of the science and technology. So in my opinion, this is the crucial, this is the first step. And as a Smagrinet course, the most important value, I think, is the flexibility of this course. Pandemic time led us how to deal with online classes. So the Smagrinet inscribed in this form of education very well. Of course, as alone is not enough. We have to also discuss in person, but this is very important and strong, let's say, stone in the education. Many of our students, having, let's say, being third or fourth semester, don't know where is the university library, because nowadays we have IT tools, we have different online sources. They use it in proper way. So this Smagrinet course was, for me, for my colleagues also, an excellent tool to increase quality of our teaching, our education for higher level. And what else? As I said, for me, I consider the course as a tool. This is huge content of specific knowledge included, by, in my opinion, we don't know how the energy market will develop. So we can use this tool, this platform, as to develop with new knowledge, with new trends. This is open for any actions in this matter. This is my opinion.
Thank you. And one additional question is for your students who you have taught this course to. What do you believe to be their biggest value as the people who have completed this course on the energy market, perhaps in your region?
It's difficult to say which specific knowledge students found the best, because different people attended the course and had different opinions about this course. So the general remark was that the course is dedicated for a specific community, for people who deal with energy. This is maybe for people from outside, totally not involved in energy, is too difficult. But for our students, it's a good tool, and this is also, we can say, this is good database of knowledge, specific data, some measurements. So this is important that we have modern knowledge gathered in one place.
Thank you. How can we actually support Ukraine in these times of crisis?
It's a knowledge-based competence hub, and a lot of the knowledge that we've gathered is not through calling people and asking them information. It's out of the cooperation that we've had with numerous companies who are our partners, starting from ABB, EDF, Estonian energy company. The list goes on of partners who are in close cooperation with us, with the partnering universities. And as Olga mentioned, I mean, the information that we can provide, the consultation that we can provide through the Smagrinet Competence Hub, there's no question about it, we will provide it. Especially if we look at the technical, upbringing of the grid again, or reconstruction of it, and using the modern technologies. If there's a need for it, Smagrinet will rise to the occasion.
Sure. Another question that I had, well, for all of the panelists, but starting perhaps once again from you. So the training programs that and the whole of the project was actually developed in order to benefit of course, the students, of course, the industry, who will then employ the students in order to further develop the energy sector, but also the governments and the public. So, what is the value of the Smagrinet project for the people who are not directly related to the energy sector, for the public sector in general, and for the governments, in your opinion?
Smagrinet is completely funded by the European Commission, so the responsibilities speak for the public. There are several ways. One thing that we have achieved, I believe Alex can confirm, unfortunately he's not in the panel, but we've had thousands in the short-term programs, which means that we've educated people on the matter. Probably the same thing, and the same feedback that we have received is that it's not that one-dimensional for them who have passed this project, that there are different aspects to the energy sector regarding the transition that we're in. But another thing that we hope that we provide for the public is that students start their vocation. And now they are equipped with all of the alternatives with whatever the situation gives them. Even nowadays, if we take the economic module that we have, the economic and policy, in a situation which has risen today as well, where certain components of the grid are unfortunately unavailable due to the crisis, because a lot of transformation and shunt reactor production happens in Zaporozhye, or happened there, which unfortunately is in a very dire state at this very moment. What do you do in the grid? And one possibility, we actually even talked about it prior to the situation that happened, is that if a grid doesn't have enough funds or is unable to procure certain technologies, then automation, with the material that Professor Strunz is covering, is a very viable option. If you don't have certain assets at hand, you turn to the smart grid aspect of it. So what we provide for the service that we provide for the public is that we educate them on a light level, and then we provide engineers who have the whole array of knowledge and interdisciplinary knowledge, so they can act quick. So that's what we bring to the table here.
So basically we want to educate on some basic level every citizen.
Absolutely. If we take the transition, there's always opposition, and opposition comes from the lack of knowledge. You fear what you don't know. The fear that how much will it cost it might cost a lot. It might not cost that much. Every grid is, of course, different. But if you take away the things that you don't know what you need to know, you provide them with enough knowledge, education. We even educate journalists, for that matter. They turn to us, ask us, what do you think about this aspect? Send me the details. Because journalism is also a very important tool for educating the society.
Sure.
And if they make an error, a technical error, in the way they present some things, then it might not reflect the overall process very well. And then you get a lot of drag in the progress of movement,
Sure.
if we put it in an abstract way. But we give concrete solutions, knowledge. We take away the fear of what's going to happen.
Thank you. It was a really interesting idea, actually, just how to reach the general public, how to educate them, and maybe, for example, by educating the media. So building on that question, Clement, what is your stance on this educating the general public? For example, as an alumnus of the program, what can be done by people like you? What is the impact that you can bring into your communities, for example? What is the knowledge that you can spread?
I think if I continue where Carl ended, the biggest benefit could be that you can deny misinformation, disinformation. So you can also, like Carl said, the people are feared to commit some changes. If you, I don't know if you remember 10, 15 years ago, where the internet came to almost every house by a cable, the people was just like, what's this, what's this? Right now, 5G, whoa, we are getting shot, you will have an antenna, I don't know, Russian spies are watching you. And with these kind of programs, you can teach people that they should not believe everything that they hear. Also, I think that the big value is for the students in high school. You don't want to commit, I don't know, you're in third, maybe fourth year of your high school education, and you don't want really commit for another 3 to 5 years at university, but okay, you say, I will go to the short-term program, it costs me like 1 month, maybe 2 months, every afternoon for 2 to 3 hours, and then I can decide, okay, energetic is for me, but I don't really like these energy markets. I'm more into transformers, the grid and stuff like that, or vice versa. Mm-hmm. So I think that with this program, all of the general public and all people can get a great insight in the whole area of energetics.
Yeah. Maybe some comments from the other panelists, for example, Professor Stepien. Do you have any experience with trying to somehow reach the general public with the knowledge that you have received in the Smagrinet project? Or if not, what might be your potential steps to do it?
So you mentioned that the question relates to people who are not involved in the energy market. In my opinion, such people doesn't exist. Everybody, almost everybody over the world, are consumer of energy. So this is very important to educate at different levels, different deepness of knowledge, but all people, all in case of energy consuming, energy market, types of energy, environmental impact, etc., etc. So this is strong, let's say, community which have to be educated in area of energy. And taking into account that we consider people who are dealing with energy market, so our students from electrical engineering, teachers, and whole energy industry, we have also huge community of people who are not electricians, but engineers and need to learn something about energy distribution and energy market as whole For example, people from environmental engineering, from chemistry, different sectors. For example, recently we did project on biodegradable oils for transformers. So this is interdisciplinary challenge to be developed by electricians, but also by chemists. So basic knowledge on such a market is needed for different kind of people, and Smagrinet as a different level course can offer proper knowledge for such end users.
Thank you, Professor Stepyan. Olga, any comments from your side on this topic?
So I totally support everything what was taught already, and yeah. So I believe Smagrinet will support each target group, from the broader public to workforce, to educate and raising awareness in energy transition.
Thank you. One of the last questions that I have for you in this discussion is, who would you recommend the Smagrinet training programs to? What are the, maybe starting once again from Carol, what are the potential groups that you have not maybe managed to reach yet, or from who you did not receive such an active participants yet, but who you would also like to recommend the program to?
That's a very good question, and then the answer might be a bit peculiar, because we set out to reach, of course, master students, general public. The general public is a very broad understanding, of course, but the ones who we would like to reach and have maybe even not to educate them or in a sense, but as a competence, I would like to ask them what is their outlook on things, and what we have to prepare the future workforce for in 2 years' time, or 3 or 5 years' time. Are the homeowners and consumers themselves? Because we asked the industry, the educators at the beginning of the project, what is it that you need? And maybe we should turn our focus towards what will the consumers do, because the regular homeowners and small consumers and prosumers, they still form up, depending on the country, 40% of the energy consumption.
Sure.
Will you go electric vehicle in 5 years' time, or 2 years' time, or 10 years' time? That will have a huge impact on the grid. What will your houses look like? How many children are you planning to have? Because they will grow up to be adults, and they will buy their own TVs, refrigerators. Everybody needs these kinds of things.
Yeah.
So what we would like to turn our attention to probably is what are you yourself going to do in 2 or 5 years' time? It's a big challenge to put together, but that's something that we have to probably turn our attention more to, because a single individual does not consume that much, but 1 million already consumes enough, and there's around 700 million people living on the European continent. And what are you going to do now? That's one of the questions that interests me the most, and probably Smagrinet as well.
Sure. So there is a broad and wide field that you still have to reach.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Clement, once again, as a person who has participated in those courses, and probably you talk and you work with other people on the energy market on a daily basis, who would you recommend the Smagrinet program to?
Yeah, of course, I think that, as Carl said, the consumers and prosumers, because if you teach them how to use this technology, if you introduce them the benefits, they will decide that they need to change something. Like Carl said, maybe they will buy electric vehicles, maybe a heat pump, maybe, I don't know, they will put a solar panels on the roof. But the second thing, I think, or the second group, I think, could be the younger group of people. So like, I don't know, maybe 12 to 15, because if you introduce them in the early stages, this kind of new technologies, if you pull them into the science area, you will get workforce, and you could get a better workforce if you have a bigger pool, because then you can, from this pool, you can really bring the game up, because you have a lot of people. So I think that maybe the Smagrinet, it should be, how should I say, the materials should be a little bit easier, of course, for the youngsters. But I think if you introduce them to this field in their elementary school or high school, you will bring their attention after in the life, and also you will change their behavior maybe in the young years, because we know that kids are learning all the time. They are learning faster than the other ones. So I think that this should be the second group that should get a little bit more attention.
Yeah. By the way, I'm wondering how would we reach them? Does it mean that I don't know, perhaps master students would go to the secondary schools and give the lessons, or we should teach the teachers?
Both. I think that a lot of my colleagues does not have a social skills, so this is a good opportunity for them to learn them. And also, if you teach it, you have like this in Slovenia, you have like this science days.
Yeah.
So you can invite the master students, or if you teach a teacher, then he can, or he or she can a little bit change the curriculum, not a lot, but I know maybe for 1 week they can include these materials.
Professor Stepyan, a question for you as the university representative. So you have taught the course to some groups. You have mentioned that there were people who are studying the electrical engineering programs, but also some other programs. Are there any groups, are there any programs at your university that you would also like to recommend this course to?
Well, I mentioned some groups who can be recipients of such a program, but maybe I should add industry. We offer for industry a variety of courses, training courses for different areas, and in my opinion, Smagrinet is excellent tool to support such courses, such external education, so can be offered for broad industry market. And also, it is important to mention that recently we started a new Erasmus project together with Caltech about retraining of the heavy industry, people from heavy industry, to novel areas, to science like electrical engineering and IT automation. So we focus mostly on power electronics, electrical drives, and automation, robotics, but Smagrinet area, so this intelligent grids can be also very interesting area for such retrainings, so people can consider if their new path in the industrial life can be in this topic.
Thank you. And the same question for Olga, and maybe with a certain aspect. So once again, looking back at your experience in some Ukrainian universities and organizations, so you have reached lots of new groups, but are there any other groups that you haven't reached yet with this project, but who would you also like to recommend these courses to?
So, as you already know, we are interested that our course reach like everyone in any country. Yeah. So that's all what I would like to say, because I don't know what to say more now.
Sure, as we have already mentioned a few times during today's conference, the long-term goal of the Smagrinet project is of course to try and reach other universities and other countries that have not participated in the work of consortium, but still would benefit from the knowledge and the skills that we develop during the courses. And with that in mind, I would like to once again thank all the participants of the panel 2. So in this panel we had Karol Kull, representative of the Teltech and coordinator of the Smagrinet project, Clement Knas, alumnus of the University of Ljubljana, Professor Marius Stepyan, the head of the Department of Power Electronics at the Silesian University of Technology, and Olga Kiselova, representative of the Technical University of Dresden. So once again, thanks a lot, and the conference will continue at 12:45 Eastern European Standard Time, which means that we'll have a break around 30 minutes, and we will continue with our panel 3 after that. So please stay tuned. The conference is not over yet, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Welcome back, everyone, to the Energy Game Changers 2022 conference. I hope you had a really nice break, and we have now reached the last panel of today's conference. In panel 3, the topic of our discussion is the situation in the energy market and skills of the future. And the panel that will start right now is focused on the combination of the discussion that we had around the current energy market with the vision of the top tier speakers about the skills that we would need in the future. And I am really happy to welcome the participants of this panel. First of all, here in the conference room in Tallinn, we have a surprise participant of this panel who we haven't really announced before the conference, Mr. Hando Sutter, the CEO of Eesti Energia, which is Estonian public limited energy company. Hello, Hando. And over the internet, we have 4 more participants. First of all, we have Mr. Christian Ruby, who is Secretary General at Eurelectric, which is an association which represents the common interests of the electricity industry at a European level. Hi, Christian.
Hi, good to be with you.
Nice to see you too. So second, we have Professor and Doctor of Physics Jaak Aaviksoo, who is an academician of Estonian Academy of Research, former Minister of Education and Research, and also former rector of the University of Tartu and former rector of TalTech. Hello, Professor Aaviksoo.
Hello.
Also joining us is Maiu Korhonen, who is a senior advisor at Finnish Energy, which is the trade association for Finnish energy industry sector. Hello, Maiu.
Hello, nice to be here.
Nice to meet you. And last but not least, over the internet, we also have Tarvo Ung with us. Tarvo is the CEO and founder of Fusebox. Fusebox is a platform that helps to balance supply and demand in the electricity system as a virtual power plant. Hello, Tarvo.
Hi there.
So we have roughly 90 minutes to discuss, and a quick reminder for everyone who has joined our conference, you have the opportunity to send a question to each of the panelists via the WorkSap platform. So the link for the WorkSap platform can be found either in your registration email or in the comment section of our broadcast on YouTube or on Facebook Live. And I will select the most important questions and present them to the participants of today's panel. So, as I have already mentioned, we would like to start with the discussion of the current situation on the energy market. And I would like to begin with a question for Mr. Hando Sutter. So, from the perspective of a top manager of a large energy company, which is Eesti Energia, what is the most important challenge on the energy market right now?
Yeah, we were just celebrating second anniversary of the crisis management. So this has been the longest crisis in my life, and it looks that it will go on. We started obviously with the COVID crisis, then we had the energy crisis, and now we are to the safety crisis. So basically, one thing what we have learned that we have to be ready for everything in our lives, and nothing is for granted. But if we are thinking a little bit out of the current situation, and we are of course very much all linked to news, fire, and you see what is going on in the world every moment. But if we see it a little bit broader to the energy context, this trilemma, what we need to solve, and here I mean the reduction of the environmental footprint, the affordability and security of supply is more relevant than ever. Because if a couple of years ago, all our focus was on environmental. So reducing the CO2 was like a big mission to everyone, and we were all directing to this. Then some 6 months ago, or like this, we suddenly were on the affordability box, and energy prices went to such levels what nobody could even think about. This was both the power, gas, oil prices are extremely high, and this is now, as a consequence, has been giving us extremely high input price to all the industries, very high inflation in a society. So it was another big challenge what we had, and now we are on the box of the security supply. So we are not talking even about cost, but we are talking about keeping our energy supplies, would it be power or gas or even oil. And this all has been happening in a little bit more than a year. So, but for us and in our strategy panel, it means that yes, we have to see all those trilemma issues all the time at the table. We can't forget any of those questions. And even today, if we're talking about security supply, maybe it is good opportunity to fasten the process to the greener power supply. And we have to see it together so that we can't focus into one topic in trilemma, but we have to take it as a whole and try to optimize and find anything positive out of this puzzle to play on.
I see. So there are difficult times and difficult decisions to make basically for the energy sector.
But yeah, this is our part of the job, what we have to do, and it is difficult to any society member. But yeah, our responsibility is in energy, and this is what we have to do.
Yeah, Christian Ruby from Euroelectric, a question for you. So Hando Suter just spoke about the issues we have, at least here in Estonia, where both of us are physically at the moment. Is it the same at the European level? Do we have the same issues that Mr. Suter just mentioned, or is there something else that you can see among the important issues on a broader European level?
I would very much support what Hando has just said. It has definitely been a massive shift over the last few months from a strong focus on the Green Deal now to really having the price issue and the security. I mentioned not only security supply, but really hard security considerations as a key part of the focus and really gaining the center stage. So what I would do is really to tie that to the question of what, let's say, the candidates that the sector will need in terms of skills and capabilities. I think regardless of it's this crisis or the previous crisis that Hando was mentioning, the COVID, we are living in an extremely fast-moving world where it seems that crises more and more drive, different types of crises more and more drive events, and that calls for an unprecedented ability to adjust for the workforce, for the people working in the sector, for an unprecedented need for agility. I would also agree with what Hando said, that regardless of the immediate need for a very strong focus on security of supply, the fundamentals of the green transition remain a very valid part of the solution for this. And therefore, I would insist that the future is electric, it is integrated, and it is also very digital. And I think these three words really capture some key elements that future candidates should sort of make sure that they have in their profile. Adding to those three, I would say the future is also a bit messy, frankly. We know that climate change will change the world around us much more than we had anticipated, much faster. We have an immediate security crisis at hand, but the ability to tackle such crises fast and with an interdisciplinary approach is something that I think that education systems should really consider in their let's say design of profiles, because more and more people will need to be able to master one specific set of skills, but also really strongly connect to other sets of skills. The engineer will need to understand customers really well in the future, user experience, customer experience. The classical power engineer will need to understand weather systems and potential impacts of weather systems, not only on the amount of wind coming, but also on the potential disruptions coming from disruptive weather events. So we need to have a new type of profile that is a much more adjustment focused and interdisciplinary type of energy scholar.
I see. Thanks a lot, Christian, for your reply. So you have already mentioned a few topics that I would also like to to go into detail in your reply, and one of them is that indeed we are living in a complex and incredibly rapidly changing world, and of course, just like you mentioned, in this world we have to have experts on some specific topics, but also we have to educate people who understand the connections between different topics. And related to that, I have a question to Professor Jaak Aaviksoo. So in this world, which is rapidly changing and where we need all kinds of interconnected knowledge, how do the people, the specialists that the economy needs today, how do they keep up to date with their knowledge and skills?
Well, I'll try first to give a little bit more general view of how I understand this problem. First, I think the biggest problem we face is that we are taken by surprise. Most of you who've been saying is that it was very different a year ago or even a month ago. It is not true. We knew it is coming. We were very clear it is coming, but we were not willing to adapt. We were not willing to recognize these challenges because we were dreaming. We were not taking the reality as it is, but we were dreaming. And this is the biggest problem. This is not an educational problem. It's a conceptual problem. And we saw the problems coming, and I'm sorry to say, I still think that we are daydreaming concerning energy in the future. And this is something that we have to take very, very seriously. That the world is increasingly unpredictable. It was known at least 20 years ago, when the big dream of unipolar world collapsed. Then it was clear that it is unpredictable. That is number one thing. Number two thing, the climate problems were clear 30 years, if not 50 years. It's not different. This is the same thing. The problem is that we don't know how to address it, and we are still dreaming. We are still thinking that Africa will consume energy 10 times less than Europeans. This is impossible. They don't agree. They want the same level. How we achieve that? Do we really believe that we can reduce energy consumption in the next 10 years? I don't think so. Energy consumption will grow exponentially, most probably. It will grow. We can't reduce the consumption of energy just by politically taking a decision on whatever level, United Nations or global summit or whatever. This is not realistic. So my first message is that we have to develop situational awareness, as military people say. We have to understand where we are, and second, we have to make it very, very clear what we can do and what is out of reach of all the countries combined. This is the most critical thing. We shouldn't dream things that are impossible in principle. And that is not an educational problem. It's a more general cultural problem, which I very much hope we can get rid of in the next years to come. Secondly, there are different views how we proceed, but I think the most critical thing is technological development. Most of the problems we can define in an understandable academic terms. They do have a solution, and that's in technology. We have to develop knowledge of the real world, objective outer world. Without developing technology, we can't solve any of our problems. We are going to fight for scarce resources, and those who have been left behind historically, be they in Africa or in China or in South America or wherever, they want to take their part, and they will take it by force if there is no other option. So technology, Technology means research and real cutting-edge knowledge. And this is the most important thing. Top-level skills, as good as possible. If we don't have top-level skills, general competencies, horizontal competencies, which are very, very important, can't produce value add. They are facilitators. So we need very good specialists in narrow fields of knowledge. We know that the world is complex. That's all true. How to solve the problems of a complex world if you specialize too deeply? That is through cooperation. That is the most important competence. We have to work in great teams, big teams. And I can be even very pragmatic when you look at the current war in Ukraine. The biggest problems Russia has is they are unable to coordinate things. Forgetting about the moral and political problems. Inability to coordinate is a great problem. And then there is a pressure from some people who believe that we have to develop these broad skills on the level of every individual person. And this is the biggest trap. What we have to develop, I think, is that we have focused knowledge, cutting-edge knowledge in a very narrow area, and capability to cooperate. Capability, not the knowledge in those areas. In economy, in environment problems, in politics, in ethics, but capability to cooperate, to understand, and to learn. Not the knowledge itself. Other people will know that. Nobody knows a modern iPhone. How a modern iPhone works, nobody knows in person. But 10,000 people are able to put it together. And that is the way forward. So my basic message to this discussion is situational awareness, cutting-edge competencies technologically, and capability to cooperate, to understand, and have a broader view. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Aaviksoo. That was quite a strong message, and I would like to ask for a reaction to this message and the for another perspective from Ms. Maiju Korhonen from Finnish Energy. So the Finnish Energy as a trade association for the industry sector in Finland probably has lots of feedback and lots of data from the employers, from the players of the sector. So is it what the employers really want? What is your experience? Do the employers want cutting edge skills and capability to cooperate, or is it something else that we haven't mentioned right now?
Well, the short answer is they want that all, of course. But I must say that in Finland, we pretty much have the technical solutions for the climate change. So, and we have one of the best engineers in Europe, I think. So we have all the tools to tackle the climate change as such. But in Finnish Energy, we have made a skills survey for our members many years. And when we look at the reasons for recruiting new employees, the energy transition and the climate change are becoming more and more common reasons for recruiting, just like Christian said before. And these two things actually affect the companies and their skills needs very profoundly. And the skills that the employers are mostly looking for in Finland are digitalization, ICT, this kind of broad or general skills. But we also need people for project management, service design, customer approach, developing new products. And also, like Mr. Aaviksoo said, that we need people who are able to work in a team, and they need to have good communication skills. So also engineers have to be able to communicate in a group and work as a team. And actually the most important thing our employers are looking for is the ability and will to learn new things and to adapt to these constant changes in the sector. And they also would like the people to understand the business, even in the technical positions, the traditional engineering positions. But I would say that all in all, we need multi-talents that have like technical and business skills combined. Don't get scared about this. On the contrary, it's what keeps the work in the sector very interesting in the future for all the people working in the sector.
Thanks a lot for your insight, Mario. So I think that the kind of this combination of skills that you have just described is a kind of like a mythical animal who maybe kind of exists somewhere, but not really. But let's ask from the employers themselves. Tarvo, have you at Fusebox have you ever managed to find an employee, a specialist, who would actually have all those kind of different, both tech and soft skills?
We are looking at it from the startup perspective, meaning that in the ancient times, if we were dinosaurs, then the comet came, then we were not the big player, we were rather this somebody much smaller and trying to adapt with a new situation. So we must be able to change the course every day and maybe sometimes many times a day. This means that especially from this perspective, it is really important to understand the mindset of the person that comes from the university. Very often it happens that they are used to learn or work on something and prepare and then move on. And then it is frustrating for some people to suddenly need to change the course totally, actually. So it is very important to understand if this person is capable of or is capable of handling this mindset. If these people are with very narrow skills and they know their part, then it's maybe easier for these guys because the knowledge they have works anyway. It is just somebody else who needs to be able to put this puzzle together now in a different form somehow. So from our point of view, it is so that we definitely need people with deep skills in certain areas. At the same time, they need to have also the mindset to be flexible and to adapt with new situation in the market, in the company, and so on. And we also need people that are not maybe university graduates, doctors or master's degrees, but we might be needing this, as Mr. Aaviksoo already mentioned, the military. Then we need those guys who cannot think of anything else that leave no men behind, put the team together, make them work all together, and so on. So different skills are needed in startups nowadays. Thanks.
Thank you, Tarvo. I am really happy that we have actually already gone into the topic of skills that we need from the future or the current employees, the specialists, the experts in the energy market, because that's directly what the Smagrinet project that our today's conference is about. It is directly what this project has focused on. So just to remind you, the Smagrinet project, in its focus was the development of the university modules on topics related to smart grid. So those covered, for example, artificial intelligence in a smart grid, economic operations, societal challenges, as well as connection planning in smart grids. So my question to you, as most of you, with an exception of Professor Aaviksoo, represent the employers, the industry, is actually very simple and complicated at the same time. So what should educators, what should those universities, those members of the Smagrinet consortium, or maybe also all the other universities, what they should turn their focus on to provide the education which will help us with the work, say, in 2, 3, 4 year perspective. Like you understand that the problem is that we are educating people now, but they will they will apply their knowledge and their skills on in the industry in a few years when the perspective can change, when the situation can change. So what is it that we have to teach them? Maybe perhaps Hunter, your perspective.
Yeah, maybe the first thing to open the stage is that we have to understand that we have lack of people everywhere by today. So if before it was a little bit of IT and programmers issue, then today I think this is a common topic across the Europe, across the sector. So if we, again, like Professor Aaviksoo said, that we had wrong predictions, then here probably if we predict that this will change, it will not change. So that what we have to do really is that we all need to be more efficient. And we have to trust more automatization because this is existential. We just don't have those people. And this is one of the challenges what any employer is having today. Even if they are not talking about this, then they have it. And I think from here comes the solution. We need to focus on the areas where we can create more value per capita. And each person basically should think how I create more value tomorrow than I did yesterday. And there are two things. One is better education. So more efficiency can be through a better education as maybe the best tool here. And then another thing is technologies. So, and the combination of this. I was just coming this morning from our IT conference, which is actually happening a few hundred meters from here. And our IT department is, if not the biggest, then one of the biggest IT companies in Estonia. Almost 300 people, and not only in Estonia, because we are not able to hire those people in Estonia. We have units in Lithuania, in Poland, and we are very international. I think we employ people from 15 nationalities there. And all the discussion went that how to put them to work better with business and business owners. And the ultimate goal is to execute faster, to bring new products, new solutions, platforms faster to the market, basically offer to the customers what they need badly yesterday. So our R&D spending as an energy company, we are talking here about the old utility. I think we are old but quite modern today, but our R&D spending is more than 2% from revenues, which is like innovative company, I would say. I think this is not common to every European utility nowadays. We are spending on digitalization 20 million today per year. We will spend 2 times more, 3 times more if we would have a chance. And our limitations are programmers and then execution, not the resource. Because we know that any spending on R&D and digitalization is the best spending and the returns are the highest. So here we have no hesitations, but our limitations are not in a resource, but in another place. So if we are, and with Professor Aaviksoo, we have been working together on this issue, for instance, that how to attract young people to do something which is not so easy, to go and choose the disciplines of engineering. Because, you know, if you are just going to MBA on business management, it's easier. At least it appears to be easier, so that we have to make engineering disciplines attractive for the young people to make this choice. And we are today working it not on the higher education levels, but with people starting from 12 years old to start to talk about what is the mission to go to choose those physics, mathematics, chemistry, other disciplines, and how this is related to Green Deal. Mm-hmm. We have to basically in this age already to convince them that those things are very well linked, and what is the mission and why should they learn those disciplines.
So basically we should start educating our future specialists, not even 2 or 4 years before they enter the industry, but 10 and 15 years before that.
Yeah, I think universities, Professor Aaviksoo has done a great job in TalTech recently. The quality of education system is there. It works very well, but we don't have people who are applying to those disciplines.
Yeah. I see. What are other employers' stance on this issue? What do you think we need? We as employers, or you as employers, need from educators? What do they need to teach our future specialists? Christian.
Well, I think it's a very, very interesting and intriguing discussion because it really shows many of the fundamental challenges that our sector is in. I think, first of all, it's very important to underline what Hanno said about the fact that we're going to lack people everywhere. The future is electric, and that means we will be serving bigger shares of the economy in the future, and therefore we will need more people simply. So that's one critical element when planning education and designing the future. The second thing I'd like to touch upon is this question of whether we could know everything in advance. I think I could not know, and most people could not know exactly how the world would be hit by COVID for sure. And what we also see in a number of spaces, and I think that's really the key characteristic of our time, is a massive acceleration in many spaces. The changes in the weather system are changing and accelerating, and it's going faster than any model any scientist had predicted. At least let's say at least what the general consensus had predicted. So there's a significant change in the urgency that translates into an urgency for the deployment and change in the energy system, which is a key part of causing climatic change. The other thing is that the critical role of technology and the fact that we also see a number of very, very significant technological accelerations these years. I would insist that most people had been taken aback by the speed at which the economies of different technologies in the generation space changed, and certainly I think we continue to be underestimating the pace of change that we will experience with, for instance, artificial intelligence. that brings me to the last point, which is also which was touched upon by Mr. Avik. So the ability to cooperate. We need the specialists, no doubt. The world would not be in the same place without DeepMind, which consists of some of the most brilliant minds and specialists in the world. And the application of AI in a number of spaces is, can be thanked to them in a certain sense. However, this now requires us to think about cooperation in different ways and also application in different ways. With the increased strength of AI, we need to think differently about our roles as human beings in this. There's some very interesting studies about how major corporations are now changing and developing new roles, such as machine onboarding officers, for instance, which are basically taking on the task of teaching computers how to do things and making that their specialty. What they need to do in that is basically to make sure that the machines learn it in the right way and also in an ethically acceptable way, because what machines don't have is human ethics. So we need, in a certain sense, to teach them that, and that creates a whole different, new dimension to the concept of cooperation. We need to cooperate differently with our machines, but I would insist also that the importance of being able to cooperate, as we heard from the startups, is a key ability in our new world where things need to happen so fast. Often the problem for a utility is not to have cutting edge technology or to develop a grand new scheme. It is about combining the multitude of existing technologies in a way that is actually applicable and will fly with the customer and the surrounding stakeholders. So that ability to be smart and to have a good and strategic sense about the technologies, how they can be used in combination, and then be able to work with stakeholders to apply them, deploy them, and scale them, most importantly. Those are key features. And this kind of, let's say, business sense is something that would be important to sort of teach with the deep technical skills, in my view.
All right. Thanks a lot, Christian, for your reply. There were, once again, several really important thirds that you mentioned. I would like to pick up on one of those. So one of the things that you mentioned, and what actually is pretty much the same that Mr. Hunter-Sutter has also mentioned, is that in the recent times, we all have to think and we have the ongoing processes of automation and, of course, of this artificial intelligence developing and taking on further responsibilities that maybe, I don't know, 10 years ago, 20 years ago were on the human beings. So does it actually mean that what we would need in a couple of years are maybe the specialists on the ethics of artificial intelligence? Is this something that perhaps the industry already starting to demand from the education? Maiju, what is your perspective on that? Have you heard of the companies looking for such specialists, for example?
Not on that specifically, actually, but yeah, the AI is everywhere in all the functions in our companies, of course. Yeah, but in Finland, more than 9 out of 10 jobs in shortage are of high-skilled type. So the energy sector is not an exception to this.
Okay, and Tarvo, any comments from you on this topic of what we need to teach our future specialists in order for them to meet the demand of the energy sector?
Yeah, it's a hard question. I guess it's hard to answer, but I think that we should, of course, do our best. And if we always don't know what is actually needed after 3 years or 4 or 5 years, then we should be able to teach them how to learn, keep on learning after they have finished whatever they have finished. And also to look around more far away to the, I don't know, other side of the globe, to see to other countries that maybe are doing some stuff better than we are doing, and go learn something there and bring the knowledge back to us, and stuff like that, I think, might work easily.
Yeah, thank you, Tarvo. I think that's the one thing that we can take from it is basically that no matter what kind of formal education, what kind of general skills, tech skills or other skills a person has, he or she should be ready to constantly, all the time, develop his or her skills. And that brings us to the topic of lifelong learning, lifelong education. And I have a question for Professor Aaviksoo. So the different possibilities to educate and re-educate ourselves are now available. And by the way, Smagrinet project has also developed, for example, the online courses, the shorter programs, and of course the academic modules for the people who already work in the industry to develop their skills. Is it what we really mean by lifelong learning? Are those kinds of possibilities solving the skills gap and the things that we really need from the education sector in this today's rapidly changing world? What is your stance on that?
Thank you. Maybe I first comment a little bit on the previous discussion.
Sure. Yeah.
The world has no problem of lack of people. We have too many. We have 8 billion. 8 billion. And if all the employers would get that many talented young people as they wish, then we should double that, 16 billion. This is not very wise strategy. This is not working. I think we have to forget about it. There will be no more people. The problem is not in quantity. The problem is in the structure of the education and aspirations of young people. That is a problem. And when we look at the countries who are developing fast technologically, we see a very different educational structure compared to Europe, especially the Western part of it. Northern Europe has a much better structure that fits to the challenges globally, whereas Southern and Western Europe has structural problems that are much more serious. So this is number one thing. We should not emphasize on quantity. We should try to solve the structural problems. Secondly, I don't think that the number of young people who study power engineering should be bigger. This is not the bottleneck. The bottleneck is that we have to there may be even less people, because I think if we take 30 years ago, the classical electricity company maybe employed 60 or 70% of their people in a narrow power engineering field. Today it's very different. You need IT specialists, you need psychology people, you need business people, you need artists, you need whatever you tell. This is very different. So it's not about quantity. It's about structure and ability to build task forces, to solve problems. And this is, I think, very important. We should not focus on quantity. We should focus on quality and the ability to cooperate. Second problem is that it's very important what we do on different levels of education. When we speak about lifelong learning, cooperation competences, ability to communicate, they are much more practical skills. They are not academic skills. You shouldn't put too much emphasis on that during your bachelor's course. Maybe to a certain extent on the master's level, the ability to have a teamwork, to put different people working together. What we have achieved in most of the universities worldwide, I would say, is that we have teams, but on one program. 5 people from power engineering program cooperate. But this is not the real cooperation. Real cooperation is design people, as I said, business people, psychology, IT, artificial intelligence. This is not even cross-program. It is cross-faculty. And I really don't know whether we are able as universities to deliver these kind of programs that are integrated. Maybe it's too much. Maybe this has to be left to the employers and work life. And then to focus on, after you work 2 or 3 years in smaller teams, then you acquire the skills that are needed for bigger teams. And this will come at the age of 35 or even 40, 45. The ability to generalize, to lead a team and so on and so forth. So we shouldn't push everything into universities. Less and less over time can be pushed into universities. Now the question of how universities may deliver to lifelong learning. I think that what they can deliver must undergo a conceptual change. Now this is mostly university driven. University offers a program and then asks the companies or their employees to come up and to study. This is not the case. We have much more to focus as a service provider, so that the bigger, especially bigger companies with strong human resource divisions, they have to tell what they need. And then they take a bit from this university, a bit from the other universities, and the role of integrators, educational lifelong learning integrators will grow. You combine your courses from different universities. You don't take a program from one university. You just have to combine them. And this is a very different approach. And I think the role of classical universities will diminish over time. There will become many more private providers who combine then big companies with their own training programs, buying in specialists in narrow fields and so on and so forth. It will be much more complex. Universities will do less in the future than more in the future. Sorry, as a former rector, I maybe have said something different, but I see where the world's heading. And that is, I think, the future.
Thanks a lot for your comments, Professor Aaviksoo. And I also have an additional question for you that came on the WhatsApp platform. And this question is related to the first comment, the introductory comment that you gave us. So the author of the comment, or the author of the question, tells that the educational course is clear, that more knowledge and skills regarding technology, and Smagrinet is doing it already. But so the question is, what we're going to do about the culture that you mentioned. As far as I understand, the question is about the culture that we took it, that all of the changes kind of took us by surprise, that we couldn't or we didn't want to see those changes coming. So is it possible to change this culture in order to avoid the surprise element in the future? And if it is possible, what we should do about it? How can we change this culture of seeing or not seeing the problems coming?
Well, it may sound a little bit too straightforward, but I think human beings are constructed to be lazy. If they can do what they like and not to do things what they don't like, they prefer the things that they like. So this is something that I think is a given reality, and we have to take that into account. So it is good that we have big challenges. This signals us that we cannot be lazy and comfortable, and we have to take things seriously. Otherwise, things go bad, and we know they can go very bad, and that is good. So the very first thing is that the external world with the challenges forces us to change our attitudes and culture. They don't allow. I mean, like the security situation. We needed Putin to tell us that life is not as nice as you'd like it to be. And he may be thankful for that. Sorry, high price, but nevertheless. The second is the climate thing. We need those floodings and we need those super high temperatures before we get out of our boxes and start thinking seriously of the challenges. So culture is not something that we can think out. This is a consequence of the challenges, change of mind. And now I come to universities. We have a problem with the universities. We've been trying to rebuild them from the classical ivory tower type of universities into entrepreneurial, open universities. But still our teachers and professors, they know too little what is going on outside their universities. They don't know people, they don't know real problems, they do their research and publish. And that is not enough. And that is a problem. So one thing is that we have to change this publish or perish mindset to a different problem-solving mindset.
Thank you, Professor. Yeah, thanks a lot, Professor, for this comment. And I actually wanted to build on this intriguing thought that the role of the university has to diminish. But before that, Christian, a short comment. Yep.
Well, I wanted to comment exactly on that. I think this is a very important discussion because in a certain sense, I tend to share this. There's no doubt I would say we do need more, but what's the balance between the people that we allow to go to school for 5, 6, 7 years and the ones that get a more generic skill set and is allowed into the real world, if you will. If I look at the major challenges in terms of shortage of labor these days, it does not necessarily require a PhD. That's those will be definitely needed, but we need thousands and thousands of people that install things, that do things on the ground in order to succeed. We're hearing a lot about the need for electricians, people that can install things, do things, and I would agree with the fact that there's been a tendency to somehow condescend or look a little bit down on the more crafts-oriented educations. We need to come away from that and acknowledge that the value for society of people who go and do things out in the real world. And that brings me to the third thing, which is that I see some very interesting developments in how, let's say, also the earlier parts of the education systems are changing. When I compare my own high school time, I went to school in Germany, learning about Goethe and such things, compared to my son, who's in a pre-engineering high school. They will get the task of building an arcade machine, but don't build any arcade machine. Build one that has a specific set of users in mind, a specific purpose, set up a matrix of requirements, build the thing physically, build the thing, the software, and provide a finished product. I have been very inspired to see that and see how that creates a rounded set of skills and the ability to cooperate with other people that have other skills, and also to come to to a problem solution, if you will. So I think that provides perhaps some inspiration of where things could be going.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Christian. So I think we are going in a direction where we tend to agree that the university education in its traditional sense is no longer what the industry needs, at least in that amount, like the universities provide us with right now. And an intriguing third that Professor Aaviksoo has developed is that perhaps at least some of the skills and at least some of the courses should not be the part of the university. And this, at least in my understanding, means that if the university does not at some point in future take responsibility for developing those skills in the specialists or the future specialists, then perhaps the employer does. The industry itself should take this responsibility. And my question to the representatives of the industry is the industry ready for that? Hunter.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I was finding myself thinking that what kind of person I am myself, because we have said we need a business people and engineering and artist. So first of all, my father is doctor in physics and mother is artist, so that my DNA is 50-50 about engineering and artist. And then my base education is a mechanical engineer, but I have also academic background for marketing, and I'm working in management for the last 30 years. So that was thinking what I am in this category. So I never wanted to be a manager, by the way. And then thinking about education in a companies, I can give you such example that it was a couple of years ago. I was reading one of the Harvard Business Reviews and one article from Harvard professor Gary Pisano. And this was about the innovation management. And if somebody of you has not read Gary Pisano yet, I recommend because I found that this is exactly what we need today in our company. This is a part what we are missing because how really to manage the innovation. And the article was a creative construction. Later, Gary was writing a book about this, which is extremely good one. I recommend this one as well. And I was writing to Gary Pisano, to Harvard. And I asked him to come over to Estonia. And he did. And we had my management team and Gary Pisano, I think absolutely top of this discipline from Harvard talking to us. And we had very lively discussion and follow-ups afterwards as well. And we were very happy because we were getting exactly what we were needing at this moment to our team. And Gary was happy because he is learning from the practical cases across the globe on the modern companies, and he's developing his science further of those experiences. And I think this is exactly an example how this should work. So that if we need this, we will find this. And Professor Aaviksoo was also mentioning that one bit is coming from one university, something comes from TalTech, something comes from Tartu University, but something comes from Harvard if we need it. And it's so close nowadays.
Yeah.
It's like this and it's here.
Yeah. Maiju, do you have any knowledge about the Finnish industry? Does the Finnish industry use a lot of those kind of courses that they can take directly, gonna say like ad hoc? And what is the experience with that?
Yes, I can confirm that our companies are actually heavily investing on their people and their knowledge all the time, and they are buying whatever is available. And if it's not available in Finnish universities, they will buy it somewhere else. They will buy it from Harvard or anywhere else. So yeah, that's the case in here as well.
Yeah. Tarvo, a question for you, basically the same question, but I just remind myself that in the beginning of our discussion, you mentioned that at Fusebox you see yourselves more like a startup, which I think means that when you have a problem, you tend to find a solution quickly and perhaps with your own resources. So what are your experience with finding support, finding the courses that help your people develop the skills you need them to develop quickly, and does the system, do the opportunities that are available for you nowadays meet your demand for that?
Yes, we have tried to talk to university or very educated people in these certain areas where we might have had problems. The thing is that usually the finding the solution takes too much time in this case. So we have been forced to move on with our own knowledge, or just talking to other people the same kind of knowledge that these university people, but with faster reaction, or just throwing different kind of solutions or thinking out loud with us. So far, it has been, I think, this problem or a thing already since the beginning of universities and the cooperation of companies, that some professors, or the ones that are really going deep into some knowledges, it is the common knowledge that the more you know, the less you know. So they always say that, okay, this is actually not fully clear, though, so we need to investigate it more. But in our company, we need this answer yesterday or today, or okay, maybe tomorrow. But we need to have this answer and move on. And it doesn't have to be 100% accurate or 100% true. Just give us a gut feeling, and it's almost better than whatever knowledge we have. So yes, it has been an issue, and we are dealing with this very often, actually.
Thank you, Tarvo. Professor Aaviksoo wants to comment. Yes, please.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to emphasize what Tarvo just said, that it is very, very clear from the concept of a university that this has a characteristic time scale of 5 to 10 years. A major change in a university takes 5 to 10 years. If they are really fast, they can make things happen in 2 or 3 years. But businesses nowadays have to make things happen in 2 to 3 months, if not in weeks. And we can't change it. And I know that there is always a strong pressure for universities to be faster. But then there are no more universities. That is the problem. And this is a different institution. So, and that is exactly why I'm saying that we know that there are businesses with their interests. We know that there are universities, and there is a gap. And this gap is not that the universities become more like the businesses, but we have to invent new structures and ways of cooperation. And that is why I think that for these solutions, universities can't take that over. There will be different providers for the research services as well as educational services in the concept of lifelong learning. So if you try to have a good program in power engineering or any other good university program, listen to what the employers tell you, but don't become short-sighted. Don't give in and say that we are going to change it in 1 year. This is not the good thing, because then they are even more unhappy after 2 years, because this is a mess. So I think that we have to stick to what the universities are good at and what the businesses are good at. And of course, we have to adapt and we have to change, but not at the price of a concept of university.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Hunter, you also wanted to comment.
Yeah, it's strange that I am saying this. I feel that we have changed the roles with Professor Aaviksoo, because a few years ago, I remember our very heated debates about what the company should do and what universities should do. And if Jaak is saying today that universities will never catch up the speed of the companies, then today I'm in a position after many years of really developing the cooperation of our company and different universities that we are much closer to fundamental academic research financing than we were 5 years ago. And we see a value there that actually we should not give ready goals to universities, but we should give topics. And actually this pays off, not in 3 months, but maybe 3 years or even 5 years. But if we really want to be competitive, we have to do this. And maybe, yeah, for the startups, it's too much because they really leave on their cash flow or cash what they're having in hand. But for the bigger companies, it's essential. And I have many areas, like, let's say, with the Taltech, we have been doing many things on the carbon capture, let's say, fundamental studies, where we didn't know where we are heading even when we started, and now we have very good findings. Then, let's say, circular economy things in reprocessing of the oil chemistry remainings to the chemistry input, and let's say data sciences, because data scientist is saying that tell me what kind of data do you have, don't tell me what you want, and I will see, I will work on this, and I will come back with my suggestions. And this is very, very new style of cooperation, because what entrepreneur goes to university, he knows very exactly what he wants to do, and very often even they have an answer, they just want the proof. But this is not the way we should work with the universities, because I think the companies also need to learn a little bit how the universities are living and thinking. Then this cooperation will be much more fruitful.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Hunter. I think that we had a really interesting discussion on that point. We don't have a lot of time left until the end of our discussion, but before going on to the question which I wanted to be the last question of our discussion, I also want to give you a chance to provide a quick comment on one of the questions that came up on workshop. So the question is, should we even continue educating students on the subject of thermal power plants that works, for example, on gas or coal, so those kind of traditional power plants, if we take into the account the unpredictability of those energy development plants that you actually mentioned in the very beginning of our discussion. So should we continue educating on those?
Yeah, I think here we should not talk about the primary energy source, but about the technology. And this fluidized bed boilers, what we have extremely good academic knowledge in Estonia, is a unique knowledge. And I think this knowledge is also part in Finland. Here we share, and we have a very good cooperation with our Finnish colleagues, by the way. But those boilers are able to burn basically everything, including biomass and bio-remaining and bio-waste. We have a lot, and we need still dispatchable generation units. And I think for those purposes, the CFP boilers will be there at least the next 2-3 decades, if not more. I'm pretty sure. And I was in Emirates a year ago, and I saw that actually they are using kind of hybrid of the PV and steam boiler and generator, classic generator. So they accumulate in the steam boiler and use this steam powered generator to generate power in the nighttime. So that this technology cannot be forgotten, and this academic experience what we are having, let's say, on CFP boilers in Estonia, extremely valuable for the new challenges in the future. We just need to carry it with us and see how we can use it for the further challenges. Or if we take a pyrolysis, This was used to produce oil out of the oil shale. But today we are working together with Altec lab and we have extremely good results how to use pyrolysis on circular economy on plastic waste to produce, let's say, new input for the polymerization. And we have extremely good results out of this. And I'm really very proud that we had this academic science for last 2 generations, I would say.
Thank you. Do we have any comments on this specific question from the other panelists? It is like not compulsory for you to give the comments, but just in case you have them. Yeah, Christian, please.
No, I'll just echo what Hando just said. It was an idea that emerged when the, let's say, the variable renewable technologies came along, that all of a sudden thermal engineering would be obsolete. I think it's very clear that that's not the case. We see a whole multitude of different applications where these skills are needed, and it's really about, let's say, also for the existing thermal engineers to use their skills in the areas that are required by the societal challenges we face. So we see, for instance, in relation to thermal storage, also these skills as very valuable. District heating systems, pyrolysis, as Hando was mentioning, power to X. There's a whole range of new questions, let's say, that are posing themselves to the thermal engineers as a consequence of the changes in the energy system. So they will be needed for sure in the future as well.
Thank you, Christian. Mayu?
Yes, I would just like to add that, it was said, that the infrastructure is long-lasting. It will be here many decades. We need people who can handle the old technology and the new hand in hand. You need to master both of them and understand the both sides, so to say. And also, the companies are making the investment plans for many decades already. So you kind of know what is coming in the future.
Thank you, Mario. Professor Aaviksoo?
Well, I just wanted to say more or less the same, that when I was even critical about universities, so that was because I don't think that they have to do everything. They have bachelors and masters and PhDs and lifelong learning, and this is my criticism. But I think the core competencies, core skills, core value added what the universities deliver, we must improve that, to modernize that, make it more flexible. We shouldn't give up on any field of knowledge, because we need that. New things are built on the shoulders of the giants, as scientists say. So, in no case should one weaken the foundations of a university, and improving those skills and offering really good, hardcore basic knowledge and skills to our students. That is the most important thing. All the rest is extra. And if we do these basic things very well, this is a good thing already. We shouldn't do everything. Let others do things that they do better. But we are basically good in laying a foundation and developing the basic skills that are needed.
Thanks a lot, Professor Aaviksoo. The discussion that we have here is actually drawing to an end, and I have one last question that I want to present to our panelists. And this question is, of course, about the future. Initially, I wanted to ask where is the energy sector and the society that we have here today is moving in general, but I would actually rephrase and present a more precise question. So, considering that we have programs such as Smagrinet, which our today's conference is focused, where we want to develop the knowledge and the skills of engineers and actually of society in general regarding the topics of smart grid, energy. What do we actually need to, what forms of knowledge do we actually need to develop for the future? How is it, if not in the university, developing on the third of Professor Aaviksoo, or if we can't get this knowledge on the spot in the industry itself, what are the forms of the of developing this knowledge that the industry and the society on a finite level really needs? So how do we really make this skills gap smaller? Hunter.
Yeah, I think I need to take courses from Professor Aaviksoo, because with every month I feel that I'm less capable to predict the future. So if Jaak is saying that everything is predictable, then yeah, I'm struggling here. So that I would be happy to share with Jaak, but I think we need to be much more fact-based, and we need to be able to really to face those outcomes if we analyze the facts, what we have maybe ignored in this part. I fully agree with Professor Aaviksoo. So we can't be just a passion-based, emotion-based, because especially if we're talking about energy, things are pretty pragmatic, physical even, I would say. And we need to keep in mind those findings based on facts. So this is something what we need to do. We need to use huge amount of information to predict the future, and then leave with those findings what we are getting, so that we can't ignore them. So we are modeling, let's say, with a huge amounts of data, with huge amount of data scientists today, both inside the company and outside the company, and making our predictions and doing it again and again and again, almost every quarter, and still we are wrong. So so I think that here we need to get much better. And then we really, as I said, if we have those predictions, then we need to face it, both companies, politicians, academicians, and we have to face those challenges, not to ignore them.
Yeah, and perhaps, well, the question is, who is in a position to get all those facts, all this information, and then translate it to the ones who need to develop their skills?
My own experience is that actually, especially politicians whose career, the max horizon is 4 years, or in some countries the elections are every 3rd year, this is the horizon. But in energy, horizon is much, much longer, and therefore there is a little bit of conflict, but we are not giving up.
Okay. Thank you, Hunter. Christian.
Yeah, very interesting reflections. So looking ahead, what could we do? I want to end by referring a very intriguing study I've seen, or let's say a scientific endeavor that we are pursuing together with other research institutions. As I said, the future of the energy system is electric, integrated, and digital, and a bit more messy due to the more frequent occurrences of extreme weather. Now, the research institution EPRI has set out to actually try to model that, and they're doing that in an interesting way, where they're saying there's one part which pertains to the electricity system that we're really, really good at modeling. Actually, we have dispatch models that can really predict many things and are very quite accurate today. Then, on the other hand, we have a number of weather system models that are actually very good and can, even if the weather forecast is often wrong, still fairly firmly predict at least trends in the weather based on data and modeling. And the third key element here is then that society is gradually electrifying. Now, bringing those pieces together in a new type of model that really draws upon the specific core cutting-edge knowledges of the energy system modelers, of the meteorologists that are modeling the weather, and of the people that know how to sort of look at the electrification trends. Bringing that into a better system that would be ultimately allowing the power sector to operate with a better basis of science behind it is a very intriguing and helpful endeavor that we will be engaging ourselves in, and we will be following efforts to do that closely.
Thank you, Christian. Tarvo, what is your stance on this future of education and development of new knowledge in the energy sector?
It's hard for me to add something useful here after these guys, others that have contributed already. I pretty much agree on everything what Mr. Aaviksoo is saying, and I think that the comments he has put into this conversation are really sharp, and we should think about them more.
Thank you, Tarvo. Maiu?
Well, in my point of view, the most important thing would be that we kind of strengthen the partnership between business and the educational system on all levels. Also in the better system and higher education and everywhere, so that we understand the needs better.
Yeah, I just remember, I'm just remembering now one of the thirds from the previous panel that we had earlier today. The insights, an insight of one of the panelists was that what we actually need to, in order for the society in general to understand the current issues and also the future of the energy market, is that we need to go to the middle schools, to the high schools, and we have to actually try and educate people on a more general basis, where when they perhaps are just choosing the occupation and the sector that they are going to contribute to. All right, so Mr. Aaviksoo, what are your final thoughts? That was once again an intriguing thought that the universities should do less. If the universities should do less concerning the educating of the next generation of really good cutting-edge specialists, then perhaps the question is, who is in the right position to do it then?
Well, maybe I make a little bit more general remark. What I see happening over the last few years in energy-related issues worldwide is we see that there are problems growing on all fields, be it then trilemma or any other format. We see that problems grow, and we understand that they are serious challenges. And unfortunately, for understandable reasons, but still unfortunately, there is a growing willingness to regulate into this, to solve the problems by rules and regulations. And I think this is a very dangerous way forward, because it is, we have to be flexible, we have to adapt, we have to learn constantly and change ourselves very fast. And if we put rules in place, that is a political agreement in one way or the other, and this is a power balance, then we kind of make us much more rigid and unable to solve real problems in the very fast, turbulent world. And this is also true in education. Sometimes there are external pressures that force universities, be they on the ministry level in some countries, be they on university administration levels in some cases. I think that the responsibility should stay with the university and with the program, the content of education. And when I'm saying that universities shouldn't do more, I'm saying that quality is much more important than quantity. You shouldn't try to do everything. Just do a few things and do them very well so that you are the best in the country or in Europe or in the world. If you are good, if you are the best, you are already good enough. So that is the main message. And I think if we address things like that, and if we are open people, if we talk to other people, if we understand different views, and if we are willing and able to learn and cooperate, then and everybody has to offer a value added. What I'm good at, what I know, what I can contribute to this business, to this country, to this company, to my personal life. And if there is a value added, that's already okay.
Thanks a lot, Professor Alex. Summing up and reflecting on this last third of yours, I think that this message can actually be extrapolated to any field and to any institution. If you are a university that is really good in educating the students, then perhaps you're doing the right thing. If you are the industry that if you're an industry that is using the cutting-edge technology in order to develop our economy, then once again you are doing the right thing. And of course, if you're the person who is perhaps looking to realize himself or herself in the energy sector or any other sector of our economy, then perhaps if you do it right, if you educate yourself and find a right place where to use your knowledge and skills, then you're doing it right. And with this third, I would like to thank all the panelists of this discussion. Once again, we had Hunter Suter, CEO of ST Energia, Estonian Public Limited Energy Company, Christian Ruby, Secretary General at Eurelectric, Professor Jaak Aaviksoo, academician of the Estonian Academy of Research, Maiju Korhonen, a senior advisor at Finnish Energy, and Tarvo Õng, CEO and founder of Fusebox. So thanks a lot for everyone who was who joined us here today, and panel 3 is now over. In a few moments, our conference will continue with the presentation by Professor Boštjan Blažić from the University of Ljubljana. Thanks a lot and stay tuned.
So thank you, Vladislav, for the introduction. I'm very pleased to be here. So I was given the task about the future of education. We have actually heard quite some very good points in the previous panel. So basically, I'll try to build on that. But let's start at the beginning. So why Smagrinet? Why did we have Smagrinet? Of course, we are all well aware of changes in the modern power systems. We are talking about the changes in the field of generation, so the integration of renewables, switching from central to distributed generation. We are talking about big changes which are occurring right now in the field of consumption, so electrification of transport, electrification of heating sectors, which are all facts which will greatly impact the consumption. Let's say an electric vehicle will double the consumption of a household. Markets. When we were starting to talk about distributed generation, we were foreseeing that the largest impact will be on distribution networks. Well, actually, the first, let's say, or the most pronounced impact was on markets. So we have seen renewables impacting the prices of electricity, and we have seen dropping of the profitability of classical, so-called traditional power plants. And nowadays, to continue on, we are talking about the integration of users in power system operation. So flexibility is something which is in great demand these days by transmission system operators, by balancing group aggregators, and so on. So this brings us to the needs of the industry. So what does the industry need? And of course, they require highly educated workforce, usually to fit their purpose, of course. And as it was emphasized also in the previous panel, perhaps a word of caution is needed here. So the university programs itself, at least as I see it, are not aimed at specific jobs. So we are not educating people for very specific jobs. And of course, the jobs, the requirements of the industry are changing all the time. And we have to be aware that, let's say, these 4 or 5 years of study that you spent taking courses, well, this is not a lot of time. So there is only as much as you can learn in 4 or 5 years' time. Within Smagrinet, we have tried to evaluate, to map the needs which are needed today. We have identified these key challenges or keywords, let's say, which are interesting today. Some of them, let's say, are existing for a long time. Some of them are new. So let's say we are talking about user behavior. We are heavily talking about statistics. We are talking about the management of complex systems which can be handled by artificial intelligence. We are talking a lot of cybersecurity and so on. And these are also, of course, the topics we were trying to address by Smagrinet project. And what should change in the field of education? We often see this, hear this remark that, let's say, that education programs are lagging the state of the art. So this is something we often hear. Yes, it's true. But on the other hand, it is okay that it is like this, because the role of the universities is to provide a solid, let's say, background, a solid knowledge for the students, and they can build on this knowledge later on in their professional life. And we have also, we must not forget that the traditional or so-called traditional power system is still out there. So the basics still hold true, and this so-called traditional power system and traditional generation is still out there. So we need also this, let's say, basic traditional knowledge, not only the so-called new things. But anyway, nevertheless, what should change? As we have heard a couple of times in the last panel, more cooperation is needed among different domains within electrical engineering, and more cooperation also with other fields of science. So, for example, I'm coming from the Faculty of Electrical Engineering, and we have, of course, people, researchers, scientists dealing with artificial intelligence, but they are mostly focused on, let's say, image processing, image recognition, and so on. They're not working with power system. And of course, it takes quite a lot of effort, let's say, to talk to each other, to provide a common language so that we know what are they doing and that they know what are our goals, what are our problems, and so on. Of course, we can find a common path to solve issues, but cooperation is here is the key. If we are talking about the cooperation with other fields like sociology, of course, this is also important. We are always talking about okay, in the modern times, we are talking about the user in the center of the power system. But only lately, I would say, we are realizing that there is really a user in the power system, and we started to ask ourselves, okay, but what does actually the user think of it? We are planning, let's say, to use the flexibility of the user, that he adapts his, let's say, charging of electric vehicles and so on. But what does actually the user think of this? So these are the fields, of course, that are tackled, that are analyzed by sociologists or anthropologists and so on. Each of them have their own way to approach this problem to people behavior and so on. And this, of course, is an important part. And again, cooperation here, I think, is the key. And the third word on cooperation is the cooperation with the industry. Yeah, I agree on that. It was also emphasized a couple of times in the previous session. Yeah, we can learn from each other. So learn, of course, what are the problems the industry is trying to solve, offer this knowledge, and educate students in this regard. So I think this is a win-win situation for all. So industry can gain from this cooperation, we as the universities, and of course the students as the future workforce. These are, let's say, the main new topics brought by the green transition. So the new topics which will have to be taught, and some of them, of course, will be even more important in the future. So we can talk about, let's say, the statistical description of data, probabilistic calculation. So we are seeing a lot of volatility, a lot of things that are less predictable and so on. So data, a statistical representation of data is becoming more and more important. Of course, if you have a lot of data, also the systems become quite complex, and artificial intelligence might be a way out of this. Then we have electricity market operation. As we see clearly nowadays, the markets of electrical energy or energy in general shape in an important way our lives. We must not forget also the environment. So also the environment as itself should be a part of the equation. We have ICT science. Of course, all the systems we are building are relying heavily on the ICT infrastructure. And as I have mentioned before, also the basic knowledge of social sciences should be also a program also in the programs of these more, let's say, technical disciplines, because at the end we are producing solutions for the people, of course, and the people, consumers in terms of electrical energy, will be those most impacted, let's say, by the solutions we are implementing. Within Smagrinet, we have also evaluated, let's say, the modules, and so what were, let's say, the main findings. Of course, this can lead us to the shape of the future, so future education in this field. In terms of industry workforce, we can say that these workshops were very well accepted. So the workforce has a very solid background, and they have a very high motivation in attending those workshops. The general public, an obstacle, of course, which we are all aware of, is the lack of basic knowledge, and so the teaching has to be, of course, adjusted to the basic knowledge the general public has. Actually, we have a similar obstacle, let's say, with students, but on a different level, of course. But also, when we are introducing new topics to students, we must be very much aware of the basic knowledge they have on a certain topic. And this level of knowledge, of course, also differs very much among universities. So this is one thing we have to take into account. And one thing that was very well accepted among students is to work on real cases. So cases provided from real life, provided from the system operators, from the industry, and so on. So trying to work on these cases and to solve these problems. This was very well accepted. So to talk about the future, so in nowadays, let's say, it's not always so nice to talk about the future, but for sure, I think that the future of power engineers looks bright, because they will, or we will not run out of challenges, that's for sure. I still think, or as I see, there is a high demand for highly educated engineering workforce. On the other side, I can see the university that not enough students enrolled to the programs of electrical engineering. Whether this is the low social status of engineering or is something else, I'm not sure I can give an answer to this question. So why don't have we enough students, or less than we used to have actually, despite all these emerging challenges and actually interesting problems which are emerging and which we are already having. So one of the questions for the future education is also how to attract students, and to continue with this, so how to attract female students. Of course, let's say if I take a look at our university, we have, let's say, less than 10% of female students in electrical engineering. And this is a common problem, not everywhere in the world, but let's say in the West, I'm sure it is. And of course, so we are skipping actually half of the population out of the technical studies. So some comments I usually hear is that, let's say, we in electrical engineering are dealing with machines and so on, which are not that attractive perhaps to female students. Well, on the other hand, at our university, we have also the faculty of computer and information science, and they have also a very low number of female students. And again, to continue this, I also hear let's say, a remark that female students are not that much interested in physics and mathematics and so on. Well, again, at our university, we have the faculty of mathematics and physics, which is, I'm sure, one of the hardest programs at our university, and they have a large share of female students, so it's above 40%. So I don't know if I can find a way out of this, but let's say how to educate students what to do about this, how to attract students. I think that one direction is to educate the teaching staff at primary and secondary schools. So to get involved in primary and secondary education, which is a thing also we did within Smagrinet short-term programs. And the second, let's say, step would be to offer projects of mentorship, so for mentoring of young people, so youngsters, before, of course, they start their studies. How to educate students? So we have to be a little bit careful there. So smart grids and everything which is connected to this energy or green transition has substantially widened, let's say, the field of knowledge which should be or could be given to students. But we have to be aware of that new knowledge can be only built on the solid background, and we must be careful not to omit, let's say, this background. And one thing which we have also learned among the Smagrinet modules, along our teaching programs, is that we should not overload the students with new stuff. So, of course, new stuff is good, but we have to be careful there not to give too much on too little foundation. So how to shape the engineering education? Let's say this is my take on this, what to do in the future. First, I would start with putting more focus on the goals. So when somebody is giving lectures, introducing a subject, introducing a methodology or whatever, to provide more information to the students on the goals. So why are we learning today or this semesters? What are we learning? Why are we doing this? So what is the purpose of it? So that the students see, let's say, a purpose in the materials they are learning from. And as I have already mentioned, and as it was already mentioned in the panel before, so more emphasis on collaboration and teamwork. So you cannot teach one person everything. So I think that's so very much important should be given to teamwork. So to people working together, learning how to listen one to the other, learning how to explain what are your problems, so the problems of your field where you are working on, to other people which come perhaps from a different field of science or just from a different domain within electrical engineering. So again, collaboration and teamwork, I think, is the key for solving complex problems. One thing which we have also introduced within Smagrinet is the case-based learning. So learning based on cases, and this is also one thing which is very important, so to learn on the existing actual problems, because we found out that, let's say, this motivates the students much more than, let's say, some, I don't know, hypothetical cases. And of course, at universities, I hope we are aware that we are not educating students for a lifetime. So when somebody finishes his or her studies, he's not done with that, he's not done with education. And I agree on that, that we have to, or we could offer lifelong learning. So this would be kind of programs which are more or less on demand. So learning for the specific needs of a certain company, of a certain industry, of a certain system operator, and so on. So I think that universities should take this opportunity, should take this challenge, and offer this to the workforce, which is already working and which requires some new skills for their daily jobs. So I'm coming to the end. So what is the direction of the development of the power system? Well, I think this is a political decision. We are seeing this in nowadays much more than we used to see it before. So the development of the power system, including energy sources and so on, if it's based on different viewpoints, you have to address different waypoints. One of the viewpoints, is of course the technical one. Then you have also the economic one, the viewpoint of the society, and so on. And of course, sometimes you are wrong, sometimes you are right. So it's not the future cannot be, of course, foreseen. But we have to bear in mind that the success of all these policies depends on the acceptance of people. If the people, common people, don't accept some solutions, then these solutions will not come to life. In this regard, also the success of smart grid solutions depends on people, and depends also the acceptance of the people which are working today in the power sector. So it depends on the acceptance of electrical engineers which are operating the system today, or working in the system, or industry providing solutions for the system today. So if I continue this thought, if I build on it, I think that education, of course, plays a crucial role in the energy transition, and we won't come very far without education. So to conclude, perhaps with a final word, so to say, I think that within Smagrinet we have managed to provide, let's say, at least a framework for an efficient education for the future. So for an efficient education of the future engineers. So that was my take. So thank you for listening.
I've been shown that we may continue. Thank you everybody for joining us today. If we take one of the most heard comments which made us think about the education that we are providing, that Professor Aaviksoo mentioned, was that a university shouldn't and is unable to do everything. And we have to agree with him. But what happens when University of Lorraine puts their best foot forward, and the Technical University of Berlin, and Technical University of Dresden, and University of Ljubljana, Kaunas Technical University, and Caltech put their best feet forward, then you get the best collection of education regarding energy, the smart grid, and the energy policy all in one place. And universities are not able to disseminate and get the word out because they lack the knowledge of marketing. That's why we take the best foot of very well a custom company called Loba, who provides the best visuals and the marketing strategy available. And we take the best consultation from Civita to make the best conferences and seminars and to get information from the industry. And of course, the network building of partners with the Estonian Electricity Industry Association. And nobody does everything well, but everybody does their part. And that's what Smagrinet is. And with the help of the European Commission and its full support, well, this is a very good combination. And Smagrinet educating different groups, engineers, general public. This now has a track record. And if I may say, we're going to continue with the full support of the consortium itself. And we have enough knowledge and we know how to do everything to make sure that you are educated in the best way possible regarding the smart grid. It doesn't matter if you're a student or if you're my grandmother. We'll make sure that whatever happens will not get us off guard, or if something even gets us off guard, we'll be able to come out of it, no questions asked. The biggest thanks that we would like to give out is, of course, to our participants, all of our partners, and each and everyone who has touched, even with a small word or a comment, throughout the 3 years that we've been operating. And this is something that we will never forget, and we hope that you don't regret as well. Because one of the participants asked us why we should do this, why should I take up the program? And the answer for him and for the rest of the people who have asked us about why should we take up smart grid education provided by Smagrinet is that the worst thing that could happen to you is that you become educated in a certain topic. So that's not a bad outcome. Furthermore, we would like to make sure that everybody is able to still contact us, which means that all of the lines and all of the contacts that are put up on our website, on our Facebook page, will be available. And everybody who wants to take up our programs at the university, whoever wants to take up our short-term programs, they're still online. Lots of people who are attending the conference here, even when they heard about it, are now going to look into it. So, welcome. This is probably the beginning of a much bigger thing if we get a lot more people involved and we can make sure that no grid is dumb anymore, which it isn't, and it only gets smarter. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, as we heard today, the modules developed by the leading experts in the field of smart grids and electrical engineering have been already implemented by several universities. And now all universities across Europe are invited to integrate the modules into their existing electrical engineering programs. Check the website www.smagrinet.eu and contact us for more information. On this note, the conference recording will be available in social media of the Smagrinet project. Check out our Facebook page and YouTube channel. I would like to thank everyone for participating in today's conference that was moderated by Speak Smart. Have a nice Thursday evening. Bye.